Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular May meeting of the Concord Zoning Board of Adjustment, complete with musical accompaniment. We will follow our usual procedure this evening, which is to say we will address the cases in the order in which they appear on the agenda, and we will request that the appellant step forward first, be sworn in, and offer testimony, whatever testimony they would like us to hear. We ask that if at all possible, they can find themselves to a 10-minute interval. Following that, we will solicit testimony from anyone in the audience who is in favor of the appeal, and following that, anyone who is in opposition to the appeal. We ask that those folks confine themselves to a 5-minute interval. Next, we will move on to see if there's any comment from the planning office. And if any comment comes forward, either from the floor or the planning office that seems to bear factual clarification, the appellant will have the opportunity to offer that clarification, not new testimony, prior to our closing the public testimony portion of the hearing. In most cases, the board will act on each case before moving on to the next one. The first case this evening is...
Could I make a... We talked about this last meeting. I wanted to make a motion. We accept the staff's recommendation that none of the cases have are of a regional impact.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I guess I need to ask Ms. Rice to sit in as an alternate.
Okay.
As a
Do you need
member.
to swear me in or
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I have the authority to do that.
Those around the table who don't know who I am, I'm Tim Thompson. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Development, the Acting City Planner here on Stephanie's behalf. She's unable to be here tonight. For those who also don't know, I sat in your seats many years ago. I was an alternate member of the board in the late 90s and early 2000s, earlier in my career, so it's interesting to be back.
The first case this evening is item 4.1 on the agenda. Lars and Kelly Lungholm request a special exception to allow a rooming house at 113 North State Street in the downtown residential RD district. Is there anyone here? Please come forward. Whichever you're comfortable in. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but. Would you identify yourself for the record as you testify, please?
Lars Lungholm.
What would you like us to know?
My understanding is that there was a complaint from a neighbor about the use of the house. We've been renting the house the same way for the last decade or so. Nothing's changed on that front. We rent to individual women in the front. We have 4 rooms.
Just speak up just a little.
Sure.
Because of the noise out there.
We have 4 rooms in the front of the house that we rent to individual single women, and they're all professionals. And then we also have tenants kind of in the middle apartment in the house as well. So there's been no change to the property or use of the property in, like I said, more than 10 years. But apparently there was some sort of complaint that we're using it and it's not in accordance to how it's currently zoned or the current use. So I was asked to submit an exception.
Would you cover the points briefly of the special exception criteria for us? Essentially what you put in your app.
Yeah, there's been no, just doing this off of memory, but there's been no, like I said, change to the property. There's no impact on traffic or parking. We've had no activity from, thank you. Yeah, there's ample on-street parking. Thank you for that. It is permitted use with this exception, which I submitted. There's been no impact on police or fire, any city services, trash. We're renting to families, like I said, in the middle apartment, and then individual use. I added in the exception, there's been no increase in water or sewer use. than there would be if a regular family was renting the home, a large family. There are no children, no pets. Well, actually, I take that back. There are 2 cats from our tenant that lives in the middle, but yeah, so that's just a general overview of the current use of the property and how
Questions
we've
from
been
the board?
I do have, I'm sorry. I was going to add one other thing.
Please do.
I do have neighbors who have been kind enough to make the trek over here today, tonight. Abutting neighbors, both to my left and to my right, that are here to support my exception request.
Well, they could step forward and do so shortly.
Can you just, because I didn't quite catch it, can you just describe again how many total units there are? And then are the, I guess the quote, rooming tenants, are they all living in one common area
Yeah,
with
great.
shared use, or do they each have their own separate unit?
Great question. So there's the front section, it's a very large Victorian home. There are 4 separate bedrooms in the front of the house that we rent to the women. There are just two tenants there currently. They share a kitchen and 2 bathrooms. So that's all in the front part of the home. The middle apartment is, we rent to a young couple. They have a bath and a half, 3 bedrooms, their own kitchen, completely independent space. Just the middle apartment alone is about 1,800 square feet. And the front of the house is probably 2,300 square feet. So it's, that's how it's currently set up.
So the shared use space in question, it's basically as like a large apartment, but instead of renting it to one set of people, you have just elected to rent it to individual units, and
Individual
they share
rooms.
the space.
Yes, exactly right. It's a common entryway. They share the kitchen. They share 2 bathrooms. So yes, instead of renting to a family, we rent it this way instead to individual women that are, like I said, professionals and work in and around the area, and just pay a monthly fee to rent there. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
I guess I would just add, just based on the notes I'm seeing here, we don't allow smoking, there's no drug use, there's no, I wouldn't permit any of that as a landlord. So it's been, like I said, the same use as it's been for a decade or more, and there have been no issues that I've been made aware of. So,
Thank you very much.
yeah. Is it worth, again, I have tenants or
Yeah,
neighbors.
why don't you step down, and
Sure.
I will solicit testimony.
Thanks.
Is there anyone here who'd like to be heard in favor of the appeal? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Patrick Kimmett. I'm one of the neighbors. Although I'm not one of the neighbors he has to be here, I'm also not the neighbor who complained. I just got a letter in the mail about this and was kind of interested. I actually was initially sort of concerned just by I heard rooming house, like how many people is this going to be? But after hearing the description, it sounds very reasonable to me personally. I'm not a direct abutter, but I'm in the area. I guess my only concern or question, I'm not sure if I'd direct that at you or Lars, but if an exception was made, would that specifically apply to the situation as they have it now? Or if that allowed a rooming house, would that mean that in the future someone could have
It would
20
allow,
people there?
it would allow a rooming house as the ordinance defines a rooming house,
Okay,
indefinitely.
okay. And does the ordinance have a specific limit on the amount of rooms, or?
I believe it does.
The board may condition the approval specific to the requests that.
Yeah, we do, correct, we
Okay.
do have that option.
I guess that would be my only slight concern as someone in the neighborhood is the way he described it sounds reasonable to me personally, but I guess if there may be a certain situation of rooming house that would seem like it would, I don't know, be more of an issue or more of a, cause a burden on the rest of the area if it was too many people, but no, I guess overall I'm supportive, and that's why I'm speaking here.
Thank you very much.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in favor? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
Yes.
Would you identify yourselves for the record, please?
My name is Mark Beauregard.
Last name, please?
Beauregard, Beauregard.
And Sarah Beauregard.
What would you like us to know?
We are direct abutting neighbors. We have lived next to this property for the last 17 years. When they were the sole owners living there with their family, and then throughout, the tenancy. We have not had any issues with any person being in that building. They're all very quiet, respectful. I don't have any problems with, what do they call it, the request.
Very good. Any questions from the board? Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
No.
Thank you very much. Anyone care to be heard? Anyone else care to be heard in favor of the appeal? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
Would you identify yourselves for the record, please?
My name is Louise Parento. I live at 2 Beacon and have since 1968. So that directly abuts Lars's house.
My name is Carolyn Viani. I live at 5 Beacon Street, across from Louise, and I've been there since 2000.
What would you like us to know?
I would just agree with everything that's been said. Lars has made sure that the tenants are appropriate. And the only concern that I would have is if he sells the property, and if that would then, be labeled a tenant house, which I understand can rent out 10 rooms. And I do have a question. Why is it a rooming house? Is it because of parking? Is that the situation?
What distinguishes a rooming house from?
From an apartment. I mean, there's 4 people in this particular space.
It's a pretty broad definition in the code. It actually says it includes any non-related people who are sharing living space.
So if you have a situation where an apartment is being shared by roommates, that becomes a rooming house?
They share common facilities such as cooking, bathing, things like that. So it's not an individual apartment where you have your own cooking facility and your own bathroom. They all share as one. And they just rent rooms out of the house because it's not divided up in multiple apartments.
Okay, so back to my initial question, if you have roommates that are renting and sharing an apartment, that becomes a rooming house?
Not necessarily.
I wonder if the difference is, I was thinking about this question, if the difference would be roommates, they all have a lease together, whereas these people are all have a separate lease with this landlord. They're paying rent each individually to this landlord with their own lease. They're not 3 unrelated people who happen to rent an apartment together who are all liable on the same
The
lease.
key between a rooming house and an apartment is the individual cooking and bathing facilities per unit. And in this case, because the home itself is set up in such a way that there are shared facilities for cooking and for bathing, that's what classifies it as a rooming house versus an apartment. If it had, each individual person was renting a space that had their own individual kitchen, their own individual bathroom, then it would be considered an apartment rather than a rooming house.
But what if,
The lease
Right.
situation, the city.
so what if 2 people or 3 people who are just friends, they're not related, rent an apartment together? There must be 1,000 of those people in
There are all kinds of duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, but each of those units such that are classified as a dwelling unit because of their individual bathing and kitchen facilities. So if you have multiple units that each have their own, we'd classify it as a multifamily versus a rooming house.
Does that answer your question?
I think that's a technicality that you've got a lot of rooming houses in Concord
Yes, we do.
that are not zoned as such. I will heartily recommend that
Rooming
you
houses is one of the items that is on the city council's list for changes to the zoning ordinance. So there are things in the works to help clean up and get us to more modernized definitions. But
Thank you.
at this stage, we are not there yet.
Thank you. Lars and his wife have been good neighbors, and they've provided us with good neighbors. I have no objection.
Very good.
I have one more question about this rooming house apartment. So we've got a family living across, a couple with 2 cats, and they're in an apartment because they're married. But upstairs, they're in a rooming house because there's 4, and they're professional women all living together up there.
Is this the building we're talking about? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, in that building, there's the middle of the house is a married couple living there.
Yeah.
And it's an apartment.
There is a requirement under our rooming house definition that there needs to be a resident caretaker in the unit. So in this case, Mr. Leno, they're the resident caretaker because it's their home. They're permanent residents where they lease and they rent the rooms. That's how it classifies the entire structure as a rooming house.
Okay. I defer to, it just seems as though it's confusing because upstairs is a rooming house. Downstairs is another couple, not Lars and Kelly. And,
Is it of concern to you?
well, I think only because it seems consistent to me. I mean, my comment was going to be that they have been wonderful neighbors, and it gives 4 professional women a really safe home with really great landlords and a good spot to be.
And excellent neighbors.
And excellent neighbors, yes. So.
Very good. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would care to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who would care to be heard in opposition to it? Any comments from Planning Department?
No, other than, as was mentioned earlier, if the board wants to limit this to the 4 individuals in the rooming house, we would suggest that you condition your approval such that it matches the presentation that the applicant presented here tonight. That would prevent it from going up to the 10 individuals per the definition.
Very good. Thank you. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will invite board discussion, starting with Mr. Wallner.
I'm satisfied that it meets all 9 requirements of a special exception.
Very good. Mr. Monahan.
Yeah, I agree with that, and also happy to learn that this is something that's getting cleaned up in the ordinances because,
It's been a bit of a kerfuffle.
yeah, I think even in that neighborhood, there are plenty of law students that, you know, unrelated, that share apartments, and, you know, the treat it as a rooming house just seems like a antique approach to housing in Concord.
Mr. Witters.
I just keep thinking about Three's Company. Great, which is a great show. I
Do vintage TV as well as zoning
right.
here.
I understand what staff is saying. It's just hard for me to envision that anyone would consider just roommates who, you know, because they're, you know, almost everyone in their life at some point has been in a situation where they probably rented with a roommate. And that they didn't convert that into a rooming house. The landlord may never even really known. But in any event, I agree with my colleagues in this particular case.
Ms. Rice.
I also agree. I think the special exception criteria have been met.
Very good. I also agree with my colleagues. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay, you want to read through the little litany there?
It's a long one.
Do you also want to add the conditions
Yes,
relative?
with a condition that was stated they would be limited to 4 roomers and 1 apartment tenant.
Very good.
Want me to read the whole thing?
You can reference it by, if I'm comfortable if the board is to just reference the.
Refer away.
Oh,
I like it.
all right, you've got some freedom tonight.
Yeah, you might be invited back.
So my motion is to grant the special exception as noted in the
Staff recommendation.
staff recommendations.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second
I
that.
think, should we accept the applicant's findings as the findings of the board as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there, do we get a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Rice is seconding. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The special exception is granted. That moves us down to item 4.2, Boyd Smith, Boyd P. Smith Revocable Trust, 2008, and Annette Zamarki Revocable Trust, 2008. And they are requesting a variance to allow construction of a garage to be located within the required 25-foot setback, front yard setback, and approximately 2 foot from the front property line, where 25 feet is required at 139 Liberty Street in the single-family residential district.
I can, whenever you guys, if you need it,
Usually we have it with every case.
Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
Yes, I do.
Would you please identify yourself for the record?
My name is Boyd Smith. My residence is 139 Liberty Street.
And we are looking at a variance in your case. Can you touch on the points in the variance requirements that you feel you meet?
I can, and just so we're literally on the same page, I wrote what I call a narrative to sort of summarize some of the issues, and then the proposed findings of fact, the form, and I have with me a copy of one letter of support.
If you want that in the record, just send it on over.
I will. I think it was actually. I'm not sure I sent it or not, so I will make sure. I have a copy. Should I hand it around or?
Yes, I think there was an email that came out.
Roger Wellington?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yes.
got
You
that.
guys, okay.
Yeah, we did.
Thanks, Nick. So, all right, so I'll try and touch on this stuff. So a couple of things. The address is 139 Liberty Street, but our entrance to the house and the garage access is on Watkins Way. And that's important, I think, because Watkins Way is a dead-end road off of Liberty that's got 3 houses on it. We're one of those 3. We're on the left, and then there's 2 on the right. So it's a very, very, very quiet street. There's no through traffic. It's basically a local driveway for the 3 of us. So the garage that we've got is at least 100 years old. We stuck one small car in it when we first moved there 29 years ago. But it's kind of a falling down structure. It was a 2-car garage for Model Ts back in the day. And we're attached to the house. We're comfortable in the house. We put a lot of time and energy into the house. We like to age in place in the house. It's a killer location. It's just a great location. And so we'd like to expand basically tear down the garage, which is on the left there of that structure, sort of, yeah, and replace it with something that's big enough to put 2 cars in and have some room for storage. And so the proposal, so that existing garage is, I think it's 22 feet deep by 17 and a half or 18 wide. And we'd like to, and as it sits, you can see the property line. It's roughly a 50-foot right-of-way for Watkins Way, which is about 20 feet of pavement. Where we've parked, as you can see it, we've been off-road. It hasn't gotten in the way of plowing, city paving, any access or use to the to the property. But that entire garage is probably within the 25-foot setback. And you can see that the house is probably, half of the house is in the setback. That's because the house is pre-1850. The garage is at least 100 years old, best I can tell. So what we'd like to do is put a 2-car with some storage in it. That's the dimensions that we're requesting are 20 foot deep by 32 feet wide, which would bring us it'll bring us closer to that property line because it cuts at an angle. We've got a little wiggle room on the garage within that footprint if we're allowed the 2 feet, because we can back it up to the existing back of the garage. But we're asking for the 2 feet because it was explained to me once that ask for what you think you're absolutely going to need. Don't come back asking for more. So we can work with that 2 feet with that structure, even considering, that's a good sketch, that code may come back and have some foundation requirements that we have to deal with that may take more space or less depending on how we go. So I don't know, I guess the other thing I would think of, and it's in this paper, is in the documents you have, is, as you saw, the lot's really long and skinny. And it's, I don't know, like 75 feet wide and 200-something feet long. So if you got out of the setbacks, you'd be sitting at smack in the middle of the yard. It just doesn't make sense. As to the character of the neighborhood, it's hard to explain. You could go up there and take a look, but it's really not going to change it. It's maybe going to upscale it a little bit. It's certainly going to be an improvement over the garage that we've got. But I think the main thing is it's really not going to change the use of Watkins Way, by anybody. Not by the residents, not by the foreseeable future residents, not by the city and any work they need to do on that road. Whether it's utility work, they've paved it since we've been there. Snow plowing is just never an issue. So I don't know if there's anything else that is helpful. You guys have all seen this, and you're just looking at the pictures. I guess I would just ask for the board's approval for us to do this improvement on our property that I think will fit the character of the neighborhood and won't have any negative impact on anyone. And if you have questions as you're looking at these pictures, please ask.
Would you scroll back down to where they did the sketch of the plan of the, yeah, is it there? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So the existing garage is the dark gray mass, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And your proposed garage then takes up about half the plot of the existing garage and then adds to it on the left.
About 14 feet, yes.
Okay. Understood. So you left yourself a little bit more room between the house and the garage?
Not between the house and the garage. If there's any wiggle room, it's sort of back and forth. The new garage is 20 feet deep. The old garage, the existing garage, is 22. So if we moved the new garage to the back, I guess we'd call the lower right-hand side of the existing, we'd buy a little more room off of the property line. I mean, we're really talking about the property line because there's no way to get outside of the setback.
Right. Other questions from the board? Is there anything else you'd like us to know?
Not that I can think of. I mean, this is the first step to move the project. I've talked to code, I've got contractors lined up and all that, but without a go, that stops. So
very good. Thank you very much.
What's that? All right, thank you.
Yep. Is there anyone here who would like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone here who would like to be heard in opposition to it? Any comments from planning?
Not anything of any particular note. There may be some work needed at the staff level in terms of the driveway and any encroachments within the right-of-way for parking of vehicles, but that's something we can work with the applicant on post-approval or post-decision.
Very good. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will start this discussion with Ms. Rice. How do you see this one?
I think given the narrowness of the lot and the history of the thing that the variance exceptions to the variance categories have been met, I would vote for it.
Very good. Mr. Winters?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a little, it does extend the footprint, and it's a little, say, bigger than your average two-car garage, but I think I'm convinced by the the long nature of the lot and the fact that it's such a tucked away spot that's really not going to change the character of this little pocket. So I agree.
Mr. Monahan?
Yeah, I agree with that. In particular, the long, narrow nature of the lot suggests that this is where the garage belongs.
Mr. Wallner?
I think a two-car garage is reasonable use in this day and age.
I agree with my colleagues. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I will. I will move to grant the variance based upon the record that's before us, and move that the
Applicant's findings be adopted as the findings of the board.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The variance is granted. The next case is 4.3, Riverbend Community Health requests a special exception to allow a rooming house, another rooming house, at 4 to 6 Fayette Street in the Urban Commercial CU District. Is there anyone here from Riverbend to testify? Please come forward. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Would you identify yourself, please?
I am Will Shepard, and I'm representing Riverbend. So I'm currently under contract for this property to purchase it from Riverbend. So that's why I'm here. So I can just start, I guess. So prior to, I guess, the rooming house request, this was used as a group home by Riverbend Community Health. So very, very similar structure. Basically, same kind of living structure where we have many different tenants all renting or living in individual rooms, having shared common space. And so there's just like a little bit of a difference with respect to a rooming house wouldn't necessarily have help, let's say, hired people to help with any disabilities or anything like that. It would just be individually people living on their own. But basically, for the special exemption, I think there's kind of like 9 points, and really there's not going to be much change at all to any of the points, largely because it's basically the same structure. So I think the 9 points was create undue traffic. Again, going to have a similar amount of people living in this house. How the house is structured is it's roughly about 6,600 square feet total living space. And so you have the first floor, that's basically 4 bedrooms and a kitchen, living space. Second story is going to be another 3 bedrooms with shared living space as well as a shared kitchen, and then the third story would also be 3 bedrooms, shared living space, shared kitchen. So that would hit the 10-room maximum of the boarding house, and then that would be basically the target request is to allow this to be used for 10 boarding rooms. Again, so as far as traffic, going to be very, very little difference. No additional overload on any sewer or private water. Again, same amount of people are going to be living there as were able to live there before. No excessive demand for municipal fire, police, etc. This building is outfitted with fire safety systems, so it's got fire alarms, it's got sprinkler systems, and suppression systems. So it should all be safe. We've already walked it with the fire department to make sure that this would be safe for a variety of different people to live in. And then other things. So we will abide by the Article 28.5 supplemental standards. Again, that's that 10-room maximum. It shouldn't create any additional health hazards. Again, it's a safe property. It's updated, and then it's a good location. It's in the commercial urban district, so it fits well within the use of that zoning district. And again, no changes are going to be made to change anything about the character of the neighborhood. Exterior is going to stay exactly the same. So,
Any questions from the board? Thank you very much. Anything else you'd like us to know? No?
that's it.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Is there anyone here who would like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone here who would like to be heard in opposition to it? Any comments from planning?
Not particularly relevant to the zoning board's decision, but this was a facility that Riverbend had received community development block grant funds through the city on. With this conversion and Riverbend's sale of the property, the funds, there is a lien of those funds against the property, which will need to be repaid to the Community Development Finance Authority. The applicant is aware of that, and that will relieve the city of because it will no longer be used for low and moderate income in the mission of Riverbend, because this facility was, I believe, one that was designated to be closed due to their state funding cuts.
Very good. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will start with Mr. Monahan and invite comment.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. It seems to be very similar to what it was used for, and glad to see that we continue to address housing needs in Concord.
Mr. Winters?
Yes, I agree. It apparently has been operating in a very similar fashion for years and without causing an undue impact on the services, which are the primary criteria for a special exception. So I think continuing that will meet the criteria.
Ms. Rice?
And I agree with that. I think that the consistent use of the house, similar types of use, very important and gets to housing issues.
Very good. Mr. Waller?
I concur, and I think it also, just to reiterate, it meets all 9 requirements of a special exception.
Very good. I agree with my colleagues. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to grant the special exception for rooming house on 38 South Street because all of the criteria under section 28-9-3B of the zoning ordinance has been met based on the record before us, and to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. No one opposed. The vote is unanimous. The special exception is granted. That brings us to case 4.4. That was the end of that one, right? Yes. That brings us to case 4.4, Michael Neto for Gilberto Reyes and Nancy Sanchez. They are requesting variances to allow for an 8-foot side setback and a 5-foot side setback, where 15 side setbacks are required at 20 Emily Way in the medium residential RM district. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but. Would you identify yourself for the record as you testify, please?
I am Michael Nato, asking for a variant on that setback that you just mentioned for Gilberto Reyes.
Would you touch on the points of the variance criteria and why you feel you meet them?
Yes, it's a pretty much a pergola which will be used pretty much springtime, summertime, and fall. Won't be used in the wintertime where it's outside and it doesn't have any sides to it. It will have an asphalt shingled roof. It's not opposing any walkthroughs or any other paths or any playgrounds or any common land. He does have a kind of a lot is on a peninsula, whereas he meets his back neighbors, and it's pretty much not really a used area. In the very back there, you can see that tip. He already has an existing concrete patio right there. Yes. So
where exactly would the gazebo go?
Right over that
Do
concrete
we have a
patio.
map of that? Did you submit a map of where the gazebo is?
I think would just be right over that concrete existing pad that's there.
That's all we got.
If you could bring it back to that other picture, right there. So that is a concrete pad right there. It's been existing. I don't know when he had that installed, but that has been there for a while.
And what's the size of the pad versus the size of the gazebo?
It will be about a foot short in each direction.
Okay.
So it's the gazebo.
Foot short of the size of the pad?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the pergola would be 38 feet, which is across the back of the house, and it would come out 26 feet. Yeah, 26 feet to that, and it's 38 feet wide.
But
You have a question?
sorry, I'm just thinking to myself. So you don't know when he put or why he put that pad?
I think it might have been something he might have been planning on for the future.
For a gazebo, or possibly could that pad be flexible for some type of development?
It's not anything to develop. Well, I think was thinking down the road, so maybe he just did the patio first, and then maybe thought maybe he'd want to have like some kind of a roof over it, so they could have maybe have his picnic table out there and a grill and stuff like that.
It's a patio.
It's a patio.
Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you said pad. Oh,
No,
okay.
yeah, it's a concrete patio.
Okay.
Yeah. That's been there for quite a while, I guess, so. But you can see pretty much the layout of the lot. It's not opposing anybody else's, backyards or infringing on any paths or walkways through there. It's pretty well covered in back there. To the left, they have I believe, a white picket fence, and then they have arborvitae trees that are about 10 to 13 feet tall, pretty much all the way across the back. They're abutting, kind of closing him in, so a lot of the neighbors can't really see his backyard.
To answer your question, per our GIS near maps, it looks like the patio was installed between 2020 and 2021.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But would he have needed a variance to put in the patio?
Yes.
This is correcting an existing violation that was discovered. In addition to that, there's also an easement, a drainage easement through here that they had to obtain permission from the city council to be able to be in.
So they have received it. So this all started with the building permit that Mr. Nato had pulled.
Yeah.
So going through this, we are rectifying that violation plus rectifying the fact that there is the drainage easement, and they have requested it, and that has been approved, and that is in the file as well.
So if they had theoretically come for a variance for the patio when they started it constructed, would that essentially be the same variance here?
Yes.
Going forward, any other alterations to that portion of the lot would require a building permit, depending on what they were to do, plus the request to city council to be within the drainage easement area.
But a patio usually doesn't require any permit, or people just put up their own patio, and a lot of times it won't come to you.
Oftentimes, it's a corrective issue, yes.
Thank you.
So the pergola, it's not a separate structure that needs approval?
It does need approval. That's why it's going through the
But
building
it's just for the
permit process.
setbacks on the existing patio?
It will all be connected as one at the end of the day, as he states.
Yeah.
I should have looked at the application more clearly, but the application indicates that there'll be a structure on in the yard.
That the pergola and the patio are both considered structures under the ordinance.
Patio is considered a structure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Are they here tonight, the homeowner?
No, they're not. They have a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant here in Concord, so they're usually pretty busy, I think, with the rock and race and stuff.
Sure.
I'm sure they're pretty.
Understood.
Anything else you'd like us to know?
I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone here who would like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Did I hear a yes? Please come forward.
I sit right here?
That's just fine.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
You swear to tell the truth?
I do, yes.
May we have your name, please?
My name is Kelly Anderson.
And what would you like us to know?
Sorry, I'm out of breath. I just ran several blocks to get here in time because I needed to be here. So my name is Kelly Anderson, and I live across the street from Gilbert and Nancy at 19 Amy Way. On that map, you can actually see my house in the other corner lot. And right next to that corner lot is my neighbor Tim, and he also sent a letter because he couldn't be here tonight. He was with his baby. And if that's okay, can I read his little statement? It's just a couple sentences. Is that
Sure.
okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see here. From First Sergeant Timothy Bruno, letter in support of Gilberto Reyes and Nancy Sanchez. This letter is to show my support for the variance request at 20 Emily Way. I understand the request is for a structure in their backyard that will cross the setback requirements, and that does not bother me at all as their neighbor. I fully support their approval of the variance and hope that the city will grant this for them. It's Timothy Bruno at 18 Ty Lane next to me. And so, as I said, we live at 19 Amy Way. If it's okay if I wrote down so I don't get off track. We moved in 2016 to Sandwood Crossing about almost 10 years ago. There was 2 previous owners before Gilbert and Nancy moved in. And they never did anything to make their yard look presentable or nice, honestly. And so when they moved in, they've done nothing but to make their yard look nice. And I know there were issues with the easement, because I remember that all happening, and then they fixed it. And honestly, I don't think that they would do anything if they knew that they were doing something wrong and they were like all ready to just correct it, tear it all back out and redo whatever they had to make it right. So they work on their inside of their home, their outside, and just so you know, it's like beautiful, the curb appeal, they put the fence in. They spend a lot of time and money to do so. And I'm fully supportive of them because also, as he had mentioned, they are well respected and well-known people in our community and restaurant owners. And they're the friendliest, nicest people that you could ever honestly meet. They're very hospitable and warm and inviting, and they'll invite everyone around. They have like employee appreciation. Their employees will come to their house, and they have like a little barbecue or picnic, and they invite us every single time, and like we're family, you know, and we just met them, and it's just, they're really, really nice. So I don't believe that this pergola would be an eyesore or it would cause any harm to anybody in our neighborhood. And we have some other neighbors here that also would like to say that as well. Our neighborhood is very friendly. We have a great community there, and so I just needed to be here just to speak for them. I know they were busy, and Nancy's in the hospital with her brother right now, and I don't know what happened. So I told her, you know, that I definitely wanted to be here for them, and so Gilbert must be at the restaurant. But anyways, I just wanted to tell them I'm supportive of them, and they would do anything for anybody. So
Thank you very much.
thank you very much for listening to me. Thank
Is
you.
there anyone else who'd like to be heard in favor? Please come forward.
Look at the potential motion.
Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
Yes.
Would you identify yourselves for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Christine Duffy.
William Duffy.
What would you like us to know?
We live at 48 Taylor Lane. We received a letter in the mail, and that's why we're here. We live at the end of that block, so we can see their entire backyard from our backyard. We've been there for, yeah, we're at the other end. We've been there for 18 plus years, or 17 plus years. Like Kelly said, the people before that did not really modify their home much. And we don't know the Reyeses. I mean, their house is gorgeous. Like, I would love to live there. But I don't see why there would be an issue with them putting up that pergola or their gazebo. They are trying to enhance their house. Our neighborhood is a very nice neighborhood. There are some neighbors that don't take care of their house, so for them to put all this time and money and effort into it, I don't see why they should be denied, so I'm here in favor of it.
We don't really personally know them, but I do have a clear view of the back of their house from our house, and I would have no objection to the structure being built there. Like I said, we just received the letter in the mail, otherwise we wouldn't even have known this was going on.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in opposition? Please come forward. Do you swear to tell the truth? And nothing but. May we have your name, please?
Yes, I'm Alicia Boynton. I live at 22 Ty Lane.
Misha.
Alicia Boynton.
Alicia
Boynton.
Boynton. Thank you. What would you like us to know?
I guess first of all, when you guys were talking about the patio, and I had the question of did they ever get a variance for that? And I was surprised.
Can you just speak up just a little?
When you guys were talking about the patio, and I'm surprised to hear that no variance was given for that, and you're allowing it to be piggybacked. Is that my understanding?
They're
today?
asking for a variance now.
Okay. All right.
My understanding is that they did not construct the path that's there.
What's that?
No permits were drawn when the patio was done, which is why we weren't aware that there was a violation.
Okay.
Did I have it wrong? Did the current appellants construct the patio, or did they?
Yes.
They did. All
They
right.
did.
I
I watched
misspoke.
it go
I
up.
apologize.
In that whole process, I also watched them remove a boundary marker and take it out and put it back in. And on my perspective, they haven't been very good neighbors as far as respecting property, others' property, and all that. But I know we're here to just talk about how it's the spirit, the spirit of the ordinance. I think that this pavilion will look nice, but being 2 feet from my boundary, that takes away from my privacy.
Which is your house?
I'm that one right there.
Okay.
Yep. So if you go to the patio part, I know you had it zoomed in before. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So where the, see how the patio has a row of bricks there? They're flat, they look gray. Put your mouse, yep. So go all the way to the end of that. It's less than 30 inches there already. And right now, there's 2 corner posts that have already been installed. So my question is, when I do measurements from the corner post to the boundary, it's already at 5 feet. So what's going to happen when the roof and the eaves come on? Is that going to come further than the 5 feet? So that's one question I have for you guys, or the builder. My concerns, all the concerns I have is it's a space that's used for gatherings and parties, so you got an increase in noise. I've had several times where I've been woken up at 2 a.m. I have not called the police because I don't like doing that to people. I just assume, you know, everyone will respect each other's boundaries. Let's see. That back corner lot there, it's going to cause overcrowding for access and maintenance to the property. You know, in the neighborhood, there's no other variances that have been given like that. The houses are nicely spaced apart. What's the yellow line represent? Is that the 15 foot?
It's a property line, but it's an approximate because this is a photo and an angle, so
Okay.
you can't use that as an actual location.
Okay.
It's just representing roughly where the property is located.
All right. Let's see. So yeah, you know, I'm concerned that the project was started without a permit. And then, you know, it's a self-created constraint, like, because he could have pushed his patio the other way. He didn't have to come that close to the boundary to begin with in his project. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Are there any questions from the board?
Oh, one other thing. I'm sorry. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm concerned about water runoff too. When you get the roof up there, where's the water going to run? His property sits a little higher, so I'm just concerned that it's going to come back into the back of my property and my flower beds in that area.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard in opposition to this appeal? Any comments from the planning department?
I didn't have anything additional.
Can I ask you guys a question? Their application says to allow for an 8-foot and a 5-foot setback, I assume because they're close to both, because it's right at the intersection?
It's the 2 corners, so one corner is 8 feet from the side and the other one is 5.
I mean, from, obviously, like you said, this isn't exactly to scale, or it's not, the line is not perfect, but it looks closer than 5 feet. Didn't somebody say it's like a matter of inches?
That corner maybe, I don't know without.
Oh.
Yeah, but the pergola is going to be a foot inside.
Oh, but don't they need
But
the
still.
variance for
Yes.
the concrete? Don't they need a variance for all of the impervious surface for the patio?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Neto, would you like to offer factual clarification in response to anything you've heard?
I do have some pictures.
Is there something you'd like to pass around?
Yeah, I do have some pictures of like drainage and runoff. If you'd like
Okay,
that.
please do.
So this is the drainage runoff.
Is there a swale
So
here?
you can see the swale in the back of the property.
And where does that run on the plan?
That swale runs right where that back of that corner of that patio is.
Yeah.
That swale.
Is that the
runs
light,
right up through all
the
back
light
of
blotchy
house.
line there? Is that the swale?
Yep. So that swale runs right up the back of that property line.
Yeah.
That yellow line going backwards. And then they have a drainage right the right over here. This dark spot is.
Mm-hmm.
Close right there. There's actually this drain right here that goes under the road.
Oh, there's a
For-
culvert?
For culvert runoff. So there is runoff. There is an area.
The city's
for-
easement.
for water.
So that's the, in the lower right-hand side there, that's where the head wall is for that culvert?
Yeah, and that culvert or that swale runs all the way through. So this is all swale all the way across the back to that back corner.
Okay.
For all the back of the houses. It runs runs down the back of everybody's house. There comes down to a point, and then it runs. That would be the runoff right through.
Pass these around.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I had some additional questions too, but you can sit there.
You go ahead, Jim.
Remind me the size of the pergola that you want to build?
The pergola is 38 by 26. It's 38 wide against the house, and comes out 26.
So it'd be possible to build a pergola of a different size that would be within the setback?
There is.
And
To set
you
it
happen
back,
to
yeah,
know-
we could move the pergola back more. Yes. So it could be altered.
Have a smaller footprint and be within. So
Yes,
I
we could
can't
have
do
a
the
small-
math, but
Yeah, we could have a smaller footprint.
8
On that
feet shorter
20
one way and
on that
15.
26 foot, we could reduce it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my other question, you built it on the back of the house. Was there nowhere else on the property that you could build it?
I think he really wanted it over the existing patio that he
Right,
has.
but we're
Yeah.
unfortunately, if you would come
Yeah.
in here now, these are the questions that we would have asked about.
Yeah.
Why didn't you put it on the side of the house? Is there a issue with regard to water drainage and the city's easement and things where you couldn't build it on the side of the house?
I think as it gets closer to, as you look at the picture here, if we're moving to the right more, it might get closer to that swale.
We would have to have engineering do an evaluation.
It basically, it's how the patio is set up now, out of the back of the house, comes out of a slider, comes down, I think, 4 or 5 steps, and is right onto that patio. Versus if it was off to the side somewhere, it wouldn't be, I guess, as convenient for him to be using, I guess. So.
I'm done.
Yeah, you did. Okay. So do you know, or even if not exactly to the best of your knowledge, how close is the current patio to the property line?
I am not exactly sure. I'm gonna say it's probably about 3 feet or so.
Okay, thank you.
3 to 4 feet, I'm thinking,
Yeah.
because there is a granite pillar, I believe, on that back corner.
That's
Like a
the
3.5 inch by 3.5 inch or 4 inch by 4 inch granite pillar in the ground.
Oh,
that
so
property
and that
marker.
really makes it stick out further.
That's where I was just measuring from. So the edge of the patio itself to that, I think it was about 3 feet away or so, 3 to 4 feet, maybe 3 feet.
But what about if you measured from the pillar?
That's measuring to that pillar.
Oh, to the pillar.
Yeah, so the very edge
Oh,
of the patio.
pillar is the boundary line.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an actual concrete, not
Stone,
concrete.
it's a concrete it's a bound.
It's a granite
Okay,
marker
gotcha.
in the ground. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I have just one, and you may have answered this already, but in relation to the size of the current patio, how big is the pergola? It's about the same size?
It's about the same size. Yeah, it's gonna be in a bit around the patio. It's not gonna be overlapping the patio. It's not gonna go beyond that footprint.
Even the roof line as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the public testimony closed, that portion of the hearing, and I'm going to invite discussion on the part of the board, starting with Mr. Monahan. How do you see this, sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of what they should have come in with in the first instance, rather than it's just going on the existing footprint. And I'm struggling to find out what the hardship is, and it seems like something could be constructed for their proper use of their property within the setbacks.
So you'd be inclined to
Well, I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but
that's your drift at the moment anyway. Mr. Wallner, how do you see it?
I'm struggling with a hardship also. Yep.
Mr. Winters?
Yeah, I also don't see the hardship. I mean, these are always tough cases when they've essentially already constructed it, but I think it's pretty aggressive to come that close to the property line without even considering the code. And, unlike a lot, probably the majority that we see where the neighborhood long predates the zone, this is actually one where the zoning came first. I mean, all of these lots were sort of developed so they can put the house like right in the middle so they can,
This is actually a double lot because this was originally, I believe, 2 lots that were combined for this particular home to be
Yeah,
located the way it was.
It's always, I always feel a little bad when they've already invested a lot into it, and we've heard a lot of testimony. They're good, upstanding members of the community, but that really shouldn't be a factor, and we have to look at, the code and apply it.
So keep in mind that this is a corner lot, and
Yeah.
because it actually technically has 3. So you have frontage here, and frontage here.
Yeah.
So this back line is technically their
Side setback.
Right.
So this needs to be 25 feet here, 25 feet here, 25, 15.
Right.
So just keep that in mind
Yeah.
with considering things too that wasn't in the staff report. So
Right, they have a constrained lot.
Yep. Plus the drainage easement,
Right.
which is in this vicinity here, which will
Right.
alter their abilities to move it in that direction
Right.
as well.
And I think those are all somewhat valid points. To me, I don't think that justifies going that close to the property line based on what we've heard.
Ms. Rice?
Yeah, my concern is the size of that pad too. I'm trying not to keep thinking that we don't want to make someone take a pad out, but it's so close to the boundary line, and I do think that there are other ways to, within the proper setbacks, to put some sort of patio in that would meet the zoning requirements. So my inclination would be to say that there's not a hardship.
I'm inclined to agree with my colleagues that there may be a hardship there somewhere, but I don't think it's been demonstrated. I'm a little concerned that we don't really have a proper layout of what this.
For reference, that little green flag I just put up there is approximately 15 feet off the property line.
Which would be that side setback.
That would be the setback requirement of 15 feet.
I got it. Okay.
So they could build that as a matter of right.
Yep.
As long as they can stay 25 feet from the front.
The frontage.
Right. Or they could apply for a different variance, depending on.
You'd
what
have to
design
determine
would
it's
like.
substantially different than what's being requested tonight, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
And they would also need approval from city council because that will be within the drainage easement.
What will be?
Right.
That
The
movement
modified,
that.
Oh, right. If it was something with construction within the boundary lines on what's the patio now, it probably would not run afoul of the 25-foot setback of the.
Yeah, I don't understand what you just said. Suppose, can the green arrow come back?
Yeah,
There we are. Suppose the back, for lack of a better word, line of the gazebo were parallel to the house, but along that line there that's created by that, on which that point would be a point in the line, if you see what I mean. How would that impinge on the drainage?
I'd have to pull up the drainage easement, which I'm trying to see if we have that.
Or are we already impinging on the drainage?
I believe we already are.
There already is that's already been granted
Yeah.
permission for the existing encroachment to be
I see. Okay.
within the easement.
So that then is not our concern at the moment.
The red line there is, again, an approximation as to where 15 feet would be
Right.
from that back
But you're
property.
saying if they scaled the project back, they would have to go back to city council?
If there's any change to the impact within the city's easement, we would need to have the city council approve that.
Well, that I don't think that should deter us.
Yeah.
Or influence their decision. I guess my reaction is that footprint is darn near the size of the main house. And that's an awful big gazebo. Generally, when we look at forgiveness for variances in situations like this, and you can certainly make the argument with the various frontages and so forth that they might need a variance for a reasonable use. I'm not convinced yet that the use is reasonable, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I would support a motion to deny based on demonstrated hardship.
I just want to show you on the near map, if you scroll up.
Easements.
Yep. So the purple is the entire drainage easement.
Got it.
Oh.
So if that puts it into perspective as to anything that they were to do on the property, this
Well,
is what they need to be cognizant of.
Right. I can imagine ways they could stay out of there.
Yeah, if they just cut the whole thing in half, they'd be out of the easement and out of the setback.
Yeah. And there may be good reasons why they can't or don't want to do that, but I am not convinced of it yet.
Yeah.
Would anyone care to make a motion?
I move to deny the variance because I don't think they've met the hardship criteria.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Could I suggest that the person making the motion clarify the reason why you don't believe it meets the hardship, just for purposes of clarifying the record?
Sure. Just one moment. Let me see if I can get some exact language.
Sorry, I'm wearing my old zoning board.
No, I appreciate it.
Do you need the reasons to deny?
Yeah, although they didn't, at least on my copy, they're not coming up on the.
There's an error, there's a cut and paste error, the wrong information is in the staff memo for the motions.
Oh.
So actually, Nick has a write-up that.
It just doesn't have the reasons on there.
Oh, I see. I was pulling up. Okay.
So,
Oh.
can you read my chicken scratch?
Yeah.
Sorry. So either you move to grant or move to deny
Yeah.
from section 2841H dimensional requirements to,
Yeah. Well,
and then you have to state the reason why.
Yeah.
This just has a copy and paste error, same with the staff report.
For example, you don't believe there's a hardship because there are alternative locations on the site that could be within compliance with the regulations.
I think because there are potentially alternatives, and I also think it's larger than what a reasonable use of a gazebo would be under normal, at least based on the testimony we've heard. It's unnecessarily large, and therefore we think that's unreasonable. Yeah.
It's been moved, and is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. I believe Mr. Monahan got in there a nanosecond before you did. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion to deny the variance, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
The variance is denied. That brings us to the next case on the agenda, which is item 4.3, James Robinson for Smokestack Realty LLC, and they request variances to allow a restaurant with no drive-through service with or without entertainment and a commercial kennel where the uses are prohibited at 254 North State Street in the institutional IS district. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but it.
I do.
Would you please identify yourself for the record and have a seat and join us?
My name is James Robinson, and I am the owner of The Hoppy Dog LLC, representing the Smokestack Realty LLC. Thank you, everyone. I am here attempting to get a variance. It's very loud.
Better too loud than too soft.
Yes, that's right. To get a variance to allow a commercial kennel and a restaurant with or without entertainment. To clarify, it's classified as a commercial kennel because that was the closest thing that they could put it as. We don't actually intend to offer many of the uses that are considered for a kennel. We have no intention for daycare or overnight boarding, sale of pets, anything along those lines. We simply look to operate an indoor dog park and partially outdoor dog park with an attached restaurant, tap room, basically a social space where people can hang out with their dogs. Dogs can play, you can get a drink or get light food and, really just have an enjoyable day or evening. That's what we're trying to do here. in terms of the space and the building, there have been similar uses in the building in the past. We have the space that we're going into was formerly no monkey business dog training, so it was a pet-related facility prior to that. Also in the same building, in another unit, there was Area 23, which was a pub offering drinks, live music, very similar in some respects to what we want to do. There's in the building, broadly speaking, which is a very large building, there is a wide variety of uses. There's a cornhole facility. There are a number of other different types of facilities, a broad range. So it's really a mixed-use building. We feel like it's a reasonable use because it's not all that different from the other uses that have been there previously. We don't feel that there's going to be an impact to any abutters that hasn't already been there in the past. We feel that in general that it's an improvement, honestly, to what's available in the area. And I've actually been working on this project for nearly a year now, and I've had multiple spaces where I've tried to get into and have run into some difficulty trying to find a space that, where landlords are okay with it, where everybody's on board. So this is a great location for this business, and it's not something that's available really in the immediate area. There's one in Boston that's similar. There's one in Portland, Maine that's similar, and there just recently was something similar opened in Enfield, New Hampshire, up near West Lebanon. But really nothing in this Merrimack corridor at all. So that's what I'm here for. If there's any points you want me to go more into detail on, please let me know.
There probably are. We always struggle with the situations where the definition of the use isn't quite accounted for in the ordinance precisely. And you really have no choice but to apply for a variance in this particular case if you want to do this. So I guess what we need to ask you to do is see if you can tell us why you believe the criteria for a variance apply in this case to your appeal. Why you believe you
do you mind if I open my...
No, you can open it like this if you can answer that question. It's I realize that it's not a cut and dried situation, but
sure. So the main things that we're looking at here, let me scroll down here. So we feel it's not going to be contrary to the public interest, right? So allowing, and I believe in seeing what you are previous applications here, you can make it conditional. An approval can be conditional. In other words, and it's not our intention for a variance that will allow somebody to operate a full kennel. That's not. We're not looking for that. We don't want that. So we're absolutely good with it being conditional based on the description here. And in terms of the public interest, what we're proposing here is not broadly different than other businesses that have been in the area, or either in the area or in the facility itself. As I mentioned, no monkey business dog training has been there previously. Area 23 has been there previously. We have dance studios, we have yoga there, we have a whole variety of mixed uses in that facility. So, the public interest would be, if we were trying to do something that was very different than what had already exists on the site, then that would be understandable, but we're not trying to do that here. We don't feel like it would threaten public health, safety, or welfare. As I said, there's been pet training facilities in the building, and there's been a restaurant in the building in the past. So we don't feel like there's any change in the threat to public health. As I mentioned, we feel it's a reasonable use. We feel like the granting the variance will not be contrary to the spirit of the ordinance because the proposed uses are consistent with the mixed-use nature of the surrounding neighborhood. And it's consistent with historical uses of the site. Substantial justice would be done because in the event the variance is denied, the loss to myself outweighs any gain to the general public. I really don't, denying the variance doesn't necessarily provide a benefit to the general public because of the mixed-use nature of the facility itself, the building. There's no major change in the general perspective of the building itself. We don't think it would change its property values for the same reason. It's a mixed-use facility, mixed-use building, lots of different types of businesses, no major impact in terms of compared to when Area 23 was there, or when No Monkey Business was there, or any of these other businesses that have been. There's lots of different businesses that have been there and have not negatively impacted the abutters. They're all, for the most part, a large number of commercial abutters. So we're not talking about, upscale residential homes abutting the property. And feel, it would present an unnecessary hardship owing to the special conditions of the land. Most importantly, I feel like it's a reasonable use under Section B. Similar uses have previously existed on the property. While a commercial kennel has a broader definition, the planned use here is an indoor-outdoor dog park with a paired restaurant. There's, as I mentioned before, there's no intention to offer daycare, boarding, or grooming, so there'll be no impacts from these more intensive aspects. Does that help to clarify at all?
Can I ask a question, Chris?
Yeah, by all means.
So maybe, if you said this, I apologize, I didn't catch it. Are you actually serving food, or are you just serving drinks?
So we're serving food in the bar area.
Where's the kitchen?
So the kitchen, you can't see the kitchen. It's...
Oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the kitchen is there. So it's a very small kitchen, really just light food. So
it's like
nachos, tots.
So the idea is
bar
that people
food.
bring their dogs and then they can hang out and eat and have a beer.
Exactly. So in the bar area, there's no dogs allowed.
Right.
Okay. So there's a cutoff there where dogs would not be allowed, actually beyond where the bathrooms are.
But what I'm wondering though is, I'm sure you've thought about this, but so if people are in the bar, well, some people have one drink, some people have more than one, but then they've got their dogs.
Right.
Who's supervised? Like, are they going to? How are they? What if their dogs they get a dog fight, and then the people in the bar and they're
a bar fight?
Are they going to be in the right mindset
somebody
to come out and break it up?
monitoring the dog park. So there's we call him a bark ranger. And in the dog park. Also, we intend to have full video surveillance in the entire space, so that if you're sitting at the bar, you can see what's going on in the dog park.
Oh God.
And also, people will be able to take their drinks and/or food out from the bar. They just can't be served.
I see.
In the bar. That's self-serve. So if they can take their drink or their food, it can't be in glass, but in plastic plates or plastic cups. out into the other areas, we just can't have food service where somebody waits on a table.
Oh, so your vision is most likely people will order at the bar but migrate out to the dog area. Got
That's
it. Okay.
exactly correct.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly.
Other questions from the board?
So there's no cats involved in this, it's just...
Sorry, that's not our plan currently.
All right. So this is a use variance, right? If you were just doing a restaurant, would you need to be here tonight, or is it just the dog component of it?
Well,
that may be better answered by staff.
Yeah, I think
Look
it.
it up. Hold on one second.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, when we approved a similar indoor facility at our last meeting, I think, what we learned is that it was going to be rented out as kind of one dog at a time.
Right.
How are you dealing with limitations on the number of dogs in the facility at any given time?
So there's a software company that I'm working with called Run Loyal, which as you come in, so you have to have all your vaccinations and everything before you can even enter, right? And then it tracks how many are actually in the facility at one time. And then as you check in and you check out as you go. And so you can maintain a limit on the number of dogs in the facility based on that log in and log out. So you can control the numbers that are in there.
Does that this is not just curiosity, you can make a reservation for a certain amount of time? Or arrival time?
We could, yeah.
But that's not your business plan at this point.
It's not currently in the business plan. It's really more intended to be, come in and go. But if it were to get busy enough that we were reaching our limits, we could have it accessible on that. Actually, this software allows you to have an app, and you can check how busy it is from your phone. So you can know, like, Fluffy doesn't like being around too many other dogs, so maybe I won't go right now. Or we could set a limit so that you can see it before you come, that, okay, there's already X number of dogs in the facility. We can't allow any more until a few people leave.
I'm going to ask the question, but I think it's more when we get to code. If this was just a restaurant, we would know how much seating there was, and that would direct how much parking would be required. But this is going to be a little different because you're going to have a lot of space that humans will not be sitting in.
Correct.
Just to clarify on the use, both uses, the quote-unquote commercial kennel dog facility and the restaurant both require a variance in the institutional district. Neither are permitted uses. And in this case, regarding the parking situation, this will be something subject to minor site plan review by the planning board because of the size of the facility.
So the previous restaurants needed a variance? And the doggy park?
So actually, almost every tenant in this complex needs a variance.
Because it's institutional, yes. Institutional is a fairly limited zone. It's just a quirk of...
Right.
So that's part of, in some respects, part of the hardship, not for me specifically, but for the owner, is that in order for that any business that wants to go into this facility, they basically have to get a variance.
This is the type of area we want to hit in the master plan process to properly zone.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone here who wishes, I'm sorry, please come forward.
I guess I'll speak in favor.
Come on up. Swear to tell the truth.
I swear.
May we have your name, please?
Cheryl Gochez. It's Gochez.
Go ahead and have a seat.
I am one of the owners of Smokestack Center, so if you have any questions on prior tenants, the ones that do have variances, don't have variances, I kind of know all the information. So I am in favor because it is a facility that is off of North State Street. It's kind of tucked back there. At one time, it did not have its own access road that we worked with the city and we put an access road into it. So I'm in favor because it is a space that the city likes to tax dearly, and and without revenue, it is hard. I can tell you all the tenants that are in there. We do have Bikram Yoga or Hot House Yoga. We have a music school back there. We have a photographer back there. We have Nomies, which is a little kind of gathering space. We have Good Life Senior Center, who absolutely loves it back there, along with Figaro Music. And we're hoping that Jim and his business can come back. He would be in where it's the white roof. As far as parking, it's most of the time, it's very empty back there. At one time, it was Petit Papillon Dance School renovated that space and was in it. And then New Hampshire Technical, the art school, was in there. And like he said, just prior to him was No Monkey Business. It was dog training, and they left. And so, I mean, yeah. So yes, we are very mixed use. I do not think don't all have variances, because a lot of them, like the senior center and a number of them being institutional, we are allowed.
Oh, like a school, right?
School, the music school's allowed. So there is a lot of them without variances. There are a few that do need to get variances, or through the process. I mean, we were at one time industrial, that, you know, we changed it to institutional, and the city allowed that just because we hooked in with the prison's institutional zoning. We did ask if we could go a little more commercial, so that we would have a wider access of people. So I guess, yeah, and if you have any questions for me, I can speak.
Questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who would like to be heard in favor or in opposition to this appeal? Comments from planning?
I don't think we have anything additional.
All right. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will invite my colleagues to discuss this case, starting with Mr. Winters.
I'm inclined to approve it. I'm curious how it's going to all work out, but that's not really my business. So I hope it does. You know, it's creative. I'm not sure if it's, you know, but viable. But that's really not my opinion. Doesn't matter. So I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, I think it's a good use, and there's the smokestack has done a good job of really revitalizing this, and they need a mix of tenants to make it work. So I think it's a good use here.
Ms. Rice.
Well, I'm struggling a little bit. I'm with you. I think it sounds like a really intriguing proposition. I am struggling a little bit with the hardship issue. Being new to the board, I don't know how you've dealt with situations, like you said, where there's not an exact definition in the
You're about to find
ordinance. Apparently. So I'd like to hear the discussion.
Mr. Wallner.
Well, historically, we've had a restaurant there before. Historically, we've had a kennel activity there before. The idea of combining the two into one operation seems rather unique, and I think it fits with the character of the mixed use that's already there.
Mr. Marty.
Yeah, I agree with what Nick said. I think we want to be careful, though, when we approve this, that because we are kind of cramming it into the kennel piece, that we're very cautious of conditioning it on the representations of the applicant.
I got everybody, right?
Yeah.
I'm inclined to, I think the building itself creates a hardship, and its placement where it is, it's a somewhat novel approach to the question of hardship, but the building was designed to be a cutting shed for granite block. And that's how it operated for many years. And since then, it's been redeveloped, and they do what they can to make it all work. So just about anything that goes in there is going to confront some difficulties one way or another. And although it is a so-called institutional zone, it's really the function of that building is commercial as well as institutional. And we do have demonstrated evidence that it works fine that way. So, although certainly I respect what you say about your reservations about hardship, because it isn't a clear-cut case of falling into this lot of, okay, here's a hardship. I think the building, and combined with the imprecision of the definition of the use in the ordinance, which lends me to offer them some sympathy on the subject of reasonableness as well as hardship, would incline me to say that a variance is justified here, although it's certainly an unusual situation. And I'll deny I ever said any of this if it comes down to it. But
I do think it's important that if we go forward, that there be some limitation on the kennel issue.
Would anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to grant the variance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion on the motion?
I would suggest a condition.
Oh, yes, the condition.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm going to go ahead and give the longer
Yep.
and then conditions.
Fire
So,
away.
I move to grant the variance from section 2824, allowable principal and accessory use in a zoning district J, table of permitted uses I2 and M8 to allow a restaurant with no drive-through service with or without entertainment, and a commercial kennel because of all the criteria under 67433 have been met based upon the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact. In addition to that, the approval shall be conditioned on the limitations represented to us by the applicant in the application concerning the limitation on the
That the use
commercial
be
kennel.
the indoor dog park facility and not the traditional commercial kennel.
Correct.
Did we have a second already?
I'll second.
Second.
Yeah, it was before I made the longer motion. but-
Yeah.
Oh, or did you second already?
No, I think you did.
Okay, so that's consistent with what you
Yes.
intended to second?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The variance is granted. That takes us down to case 4.6, Robert Baskerville of Bedford Design Consultants for Robert J. Baskerville Family Trust. Request variances to allow for a side setback of 6 feet where 40 feet are required, and allow for a rear setback of 42 feet where 50 feet are required at 99 Peaceful Lane in the Open Space Residential RO District and Shoreland Protection Overlay District. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I swear.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Robert Baskerville. I own the home at 99 Peaceful Lane up on the river. I was here 3 years ago because I bought a house that had no modern facilities, no modern kitchen or bathroom, and you granted a variance for me to put on the addition. At that time, I will claim insanity, I thought I would repair the garage. And
Have you sought counseling for this?
with your building department, who stood there and told me that I was clueless. The department's been great. I think they liked what I was doing, and they were helpful the whole time. But when you look at the garage now, there's 2 walls up, 2.5 walls up, the roof and all the other walls are gone. And I found out with the house, trying to put a new structure and new wood on 110-year-old wood that's all different sizes was brutal, way more expensive and harder than I thought. Yeah, that's a picture of the barn. So what I wanted to do is rip down the existing garage, put in a garage 24 by 28 in the same location, 1 foot closer to the line. I was optimistic when I built the new foundation, so I poured a concrete floor in the old garage. I'd like to save. I just don't want to cut it up. It's a 4.1 acre lot. I want to be up to 6 feet away from the sideline, 42 feet away from the rear. Clarification, there's no road frontage here. I call the lot, the front of it, the river. So this is in a side setback. The rear setback is then across from the river. There's no road, so what's the frontage? I'm just saying that because if you say the back of the lot is the side of the lot, I don't need the variance for the side. I'm 42 feet away and back. But the last time they granted, yeah, there's the lot. Is that
So wait, how do you get in?
there is a 20-foot easement that comes up and ends right at the house. So there's a 20-foot private easement that comes in for 3 of us. It just ends at my property line.
Okay.
It's only about 10 feet away from the house. I can only get 1 car parked here. We typically park here. So when we park a car, I'm partially on the neighbor's lot. It's so close. But 115 years ago when this was built, this was a high spot next to the river. So they built on the high spot. So even though it's a big lot, they built right next to the property line. And then the zoning changed a few years ago to increase the setbacks. So this house was built before there ever were setbacks. So it's a great old house. I could go through the 5 criteria, but it rips down a dilapidated structure and puts up a nice new structure. If you look at the pictures I turned in of the addition, we found siding that is very close. There it is there. That bottom picture, if you scroll down again. We found siding that is very close to the original siding. We used new shingles on the whole house, so the garage will be the same siding as the house, the same roof as the house, the same windows as the house. It'll be much more attractive than what's there now. I think it'll be good for the neighborhood. It gets rid of a dilapidated structure. It helps with my parking, because right now there's really no place to park. So it gives me 1 parking spot, and you can see the old house and the new. With that said, I have a clarification. The new roof that I put on last year turned out to be a tree magnet, and after I submitted this application, a large tree came down from the neighbor's property, and even though it was leaning away from the house, it had to hit the new shingles. Poked a few holes in my shingles, took down the power lines, ripped the meter right off my house, the whole 9 yards. It hit everything except the structure I want to rip down.
I think if it had hit that, you wouldn't need a variance.
If it was the same
I still need
size.
to rebuild, right.
The footprint of the new garage is going to be different from the old garage.
Yeah, it's a little bit larger.
Okay. How much larger?
It goes from, it's going to be about 4 foot wider and about 7 foot longer, depending on width and height.
Which means it comes out to a total of what?
24 by 28.
Okay.
But here's my clarification. The other tree that's up there, Unitil and the tree people said that's rotten too, it has to come down, and it's equally big. So everybody wants it down. So I talked to the neighbor. The people of this lot, it's not this house, the next. They want that down too. We all suggested putting an easement over here, over their lot. So instead of me having to get in the garage this way, I can get in this way. It's not done yet, but I don't want to tell you I'm going to build it this way and then build it that way. If you know what I mean?
If you were to rotate it 90 degrees, would that have an effect on your impingement on the setbacks?
No. No, I'm still asking for the same 6 foot. It just, my car would exit a different way and cross over the corner of the neighbor's lot. But it's enough of a change that I didn't want to not mention it. But it works better for me. They have no problem with it. They've been very friendly. And all my neighbors want to get rid of that tree now because it's very large and you can see the rot going right up through the center of it.
In the past, when we've run into situations where people wanted to make relatively minor changes in a design in order to, and we're under a variance, staff will review it and they can determine that it's insignificant, or they can bring it back to the board to make the same determination.
I think I'm going to do the exact same footprint, but the doors will be on a different side.
I can't tell you without seeing it
right.
how anyone would rule, but there is an avenue for dealing.
And instead of the roof being this way, it'll be this way. But I just wanted to point everything out.
I wouldn't envision code would have an issue with that.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I think you said in your application that the way that it's situated right now, because it's narrow, that it's difficult to get the car into, well, when you could get the car into the garage.
What I envisioned was pulling the car through the driveway, pulling it up here and backing it in, which is very difficult. So coming straight out this way is tremendously better for me. And it appears I can work that out with the neighbors, but the tree came down so recently, I didn't have time to actually get a signed document and do all the details.
Very good. Any other questions from the board? Thank you very much. Is there anyone who would like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who would like to be heard in opposition to it? Is there any comment from planning?
Nope, no comment.
That will close the public testimony portion of the hearing, and we'll move on to discussion. I'm going to ask Mr. Monahan to tee this one off. How do you see it, sir?
Yeah, this is a very unique piece of property with lots of constraints based upon, as he said, built on the high spot of the river he was in mind. So I think it's in the fact that we have reviewed the whole project in detail in the past. I'm supportive.
Mr. Waller.
No additional comments. I concur with Mr. Moynihan.
Mr. Winters.
I also agree.
Ms. Rice.
I agree.
As do I. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to grant the variance. I move to grant the variance from sections 28-4-1H, Table of Dimensional Regulations, and 28-4-1D2 and 3 Dimensional Standards, to allow for a side setback of 6 feet where 40 feet is required, and allow for a rear setback of 42 feet where 50 feet is required, because all of the criteria under RSA 674:33 have been met based on the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. The variance is granted. And that brings us down to case number 4.7, Meredith Goldstein for William Young Properties, LLC, and they're requesting a variance to allow a duplex to be built on a lot with less than the required standards of 1.5 times the lot frontage for 91.5 feet of frontage where 112 feet, 0.5 feet is required, and 1.5 times lot size of 10,018 where 11,250 square feet is required. All of this would be at on tax map 7443Z lot 88, which is located at an unnumbered vacant lot on Spring Street in the downtown. Oh, excuse me, Spruce Street, yes. Spring is there, Spruce is there. Spruce Street in the downtown residential RD district.
Yes, thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Meredith Goldstein.
Can I just ask, Meredith, so I see the next cases you're representing, the two cases,
Yes, I have both.
they related? They're
not related
okay,
at
you're
all.
just happy circumstance that 2 in a row.
Yep, that's
Okay,
right.
thanks.
What would you like us to know, Ms. Goldstein?
Thank you. So yes, we are requesting 2 variances for the minimum lot size and frontage that are required for a duplex in this district. I will let the board know that we are aware of the proposed zoning amendments that would no longer require this variance, but my client had experienced some delays that were unforeseen due to some notice issues. The board may recall we were supposed to be heard at the last hearing. So we decided to move forward to avoid just any other delays. So just to explain that, but we are aware of those proposed amendments. So just looking before I jump into the criteria at this neighborhood, there are several duplexes on smaller lots with less frontage in the neighborhood. I laid them out in our application. Some examples are 18 to 20 Spruce Street, 22 Spruce Street, 30 to 30 and a half Spruce Street. There's also a 3-unit property at 24 to 26 Spruce Street. So what we're proposing is nothing new for this neighborhood. There's plenty of examples, which may point to perhaps why the zoning ordinance amendments are being put forward, that this has been recognized. If the board doesn't have any questions about our choice to go forward given the proposed amendments or.
What are the?
I was just going to say, if this board's probably not aware,
Oh,
but
thank you.
on Monday, the 11th of May, which is next Monday, the city council is scheduled to take up a number of zoning amendments all around definitions for duplex and attached dwellings, multifamily design standards, zoning board notification procedures. We're going to be getting rid of the 300-foot notification requirement that's currently in the ordinance and go into what the statutory requirements are. So there's a variety of different interim zoning amendments that the City Council has prioritized. Both the Planning Board and the Economic Development Advisory Committee have reviewed those proposed changes. The public hearing and vote on those is scheduled for Monday night. One of the changes that we would have here is one, clarifying the definition of a duplex and an attached structure and an attached dwelling. The definition of an attached dwelling would be for attached units of 3 or more units, which eliminates the current confusion and cross problems that we have, because right now you could define a duplex and an attached dwelling could be as little as 2 units. I think the intent of the ordinance and the intent of the changes proposed by the Planning Board and the City Council are to clarify that, to state that attached dwellings are 3 or more units, townhouses essentially, and that duplexes are their own category. The other piece is in an effort to understand and provide for that missing middle housing component, to eliminate the additional frontage and lot area requirements that duplexes currently are required. Right now, under the ordinance, you're required 1.5 times frontage and 1.5 times lot size. The proposed amendments would eliminate that extra requirement so that you would be allowed to have the normal lot size and the normal amount of frontage for a duplex as well as for a single-family dwelling, to help accommodate additional housing development within the city.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a question for the applicant.
Oh, real quick, is this, I haven't followed it, all of them in a lot of detail. I know there's been a number of new state laws that are somewhat addressing land use. Are these
are not in
response
response to any of the legislative changes that have taken place. These are issues that have been identified as potential interim zoning amendments. The City Council has prioritized over the last 2 City Councils that have been elected. We first started introducing these concepts to the Planning Board and to the Economic Development Advisory Committee about a year or so ago. These are the first of what we hope will be a number of amendments that are moving forward. The next batch that we're hoping to proceed with will be parking and signs.
Thanks.
Rob.
I figured you might like that.
Real short meetings after this.
Yeah.
So are you thinking that you might want to table this to a date certain, so if the ordinance is changed, you don't need the variance and wouldn't need to burden the property with explaining in the future why it was granted, or you want to go forward tonight?
My client wants to go forward because
Okay.
there has been that delay.
Sure.
He's just concerned about any further delay.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll run through the variance criteria if there aren't any other questions. Of course, the first criteria is this contrary to the public interest. We look at whether this would alter the essential character of the neighborhood and whether there is any threat to public health, safety, or welfare. Here we don't see any alteration to the neighborhood. As I mentioned, there's several duplexes on lots that are smaller, less frontage than ours, that are active in this neighborhood. We're just under those requirements that are currently in place that are perhaps not going to be in place in the future very long. So we don't see any alteration to the character of the neighborhood. Similarly, same thing goes for any threat to public health, safety, or welfare. This is a use that's active in many other properties in the area. We don't see a harm there. Looking to the second criteria, spirit of the ordinance, which we know runs very closely with the first. The reason we have frontage and minimum lot size requirements is typically to prevent too much density, overcrowding in neighborhoods. But again, here we're just barely under these requirements. These requirements may not even be in place shortly, so we don't see any concern there either. We really feel that this is within the spirit of the ordinance. Substantial justice is done here. Again, we're looking at very similar ideas. There's no harm to the general public because this is already occurring in several places in the neighborhood. And we do recognize, as I know the board does as well, that there's a recognized housing shortage in Concord that we're all trying to do what we can to help with. And this would provide 2 new housing units. So we see that as a benefit to the public. And of course, the benefit to the owner is to be able to use his property property as others in the neighborhood are using theirs. The value of surrounding properties, criteria number 4, again, we don't see that harm looking at the neighborhood as it exists. We don't see any harm allowing this duplex to go into the neighborhood as well. And we think it fits well in the neighborhood. Looking to criteria number 5, whether literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. How is this property unique? This is the only undeveloped lot in this area. It is just there and available to become housing. And it's also a lot that is very close to these requirements that are currently in place, as we discussed, may not be in place for long. Looking at whether there's a fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance and specific application to this property, again, we're just under those requirements. We're not dealing with a very small lot. And there's several duplexes in the area already. So to allow him to build a duplex that fits well in the neighborhood, that is similar to how others are using their property in the neighborhood, we don't see a fair and substantial relationship here. And then, of course, we believe that the requirements for the frontage and minimum lot size, what they're intended to do for a neighborhood simply is not needed here. And we think this use is reasonable.
Questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in opposition to it? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please, as you testify?
Yes, I am Heather Shank. I live at 19th Square Street. And
Ms. Shank's testimony is the written testimony I handed out earlier, and I also have it on the screen as well.
Very good. Ms. Shank, please proceed.
okay. I'm kidding. Okay. For the record, I'll just state from at the get-go, I am not opposed to a duplex at this location. Concord needs housing, as we do across the entire state of New Hampshire. I appreciate developers that want to provide housing in our city and across the state. Some of you may know that I, several years ago, had put forth a draft revised ordinance for the city of Concord that revised all of these regulations that would allow exactly this by right. Well, not exactly this, but it would allow a duplex by right on this property. So I am not opposed to a duplex or the use. I think they're totally appropriate. However, that code was a form-based code, which included design standards, which would protect the character of neighborhoods from development that in building types that are not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. So that's what I'm going to focus talking on tonight, is the fact that this proposal, this duplex, is definitely not appropriate for this neighborhood. And I hope to show that to you tonight. So I'm happy to hear Tim address that they are addressing the definitions of attached dwellings and multifamily dwellings. I was confused. As of tonight, my understanding is that this is considered an attached dwelling because it's 2 or more. So per the definition in the ordinance, I'm not sure why they weren't asked to request variances to other sections of the attached and multifamily dwelling requirements. As you may see in, do I have a
No, this is on my computer right now, but where would you like me to go?
No, I just want a pointer.
Not sure if it's a functional one in there. Because of the screen, it doesn't really pick up on it.
No, okay, sorry. I kind of feel like I need a pointer, if you don't mind.
So if I can just interrupt it a bit, I understand what you're asking. So you're going to be asking for conditions on the approvals?
Well, I hope to make the case that this is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood, and I have several points to show you that. In the existing code for the definition of attached dwellings, this is an attached dwelling, which means that tonight that it would be required to comply with 2845, development of attached and multifamily dwellings. So D1 and 5 are just for your information, those are things they aren't requesting variances for, which per the ordinance, at least as how it was interpreted for the 2.5 years that I worked here would have required variances. Section J, which I wanted to point out to you, is for architectural design review. So I was not aware of the fact that they had changed, that there was proposed definition changes. So my suggestion was going to be, hey, yeah, approve this application, but don't give them a variance for this architectural design review, because this requirement, J, requires them to go to planning board and ADR, which is a public hearing in both cases, so that the public can come and have a say in what this structure is actually going to look like. So I understand that there's amendments before council. I have reached out to my city councilor, and I'm initiating conversations with others, and I will be going to that hearing to bring attention to them to the fact that the way that they are proceeding to allow density and to encourage development are leaving neighborhoods like mine open to this type of development, which is not helpful and is dangerous for our neighborhood. So can you move on? Okay, hold on here. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I wouldn't be able to be driving, so I feel a little bit flustered. For instance, actually, can you just go to the map?
While he's doing it, I just had a procedural question. So what's in front of us now is on the issues of frontage, right? But
Frontage and lot size.
and lot size, okay.
The interpretation has been made by current staff. This is not an attached dwelling, it is a duplex. And therefore, the sections on attached dwellings do not apply to this particular application.
So Ms. Shank, acknowledging that,
Yeah.
how do you expect to influence our decision now?
I'd like to make the case and demonstrate to you the degree to which basically all the criteria are not met in terms of consistency with the character of the neighborhood. In full disclosure, I reached out to Mr. Youngs twice over the past 2 weeks and asked him if he could come and meet with us and talk to us about the type of dwelling that he was proposing. None of my phone calls were returned. So I think many of us in the neighborhood are not opposed to a duplex. What we are opposed to is what they are proposing. So if you look at this screen here, what you'll see, what you're looking at is an overlay of their proposal over a City of Concord GIS parcel map. So what you're seeing there is that this is a 60-foot wide building. I've called out a few other dimensions on this map so you can see. All of the single-family homes are 24 feet or less in width. You can see them on either side. We have 4 duplexes. Actually, we have 3 duplexes and a quad on our block. One of the duplex, very lovely, renovated by Cindy and Lynn Taubes very recently, which they came out and talked to all the neighborhood about what they were doing. They do not live there. They bought the home and said, oh, we're doing this. We know them, they know us. For the past year, they've been renovating it. It's been lovely. That building is a duplex that's 25 feet in width. The other 2 duplexes are 40 feet in width. Those are the largest duplexes on the block. Tim, could you go back to the streets? Yep, one more, right there, okay. So what you're looking at there, the one on the left, the 20-foot wide duplex, that's the one that's recently been renovated directly across the street from my house. What you'll notice here is this is a 25-foot wide building with a very narrow driveway and parking behind. The next building is the largest building on the block. It's enormous. When you're standing there, you're like, whoa, sorry, Dennis, we love your building. We love all of you. It's a large building. It's the hugest one on the block. It's 40 feet wide. The one next to that is 40 foot wide with the porches. So it's actually only 30 feet wide duplex directly across the street from my house, and the porches make it 40 feet wide. And then the one on the final end is 30 foot wide duplex. Actually, that's not even a duplex, that's mislabeled. That's a quadplex. So we have diversity on our street. We love our neighbors. We know the renters. We love them too. We don't have a problem with density, but we have a very lovely character on our street that is represented here. Can you scroll to the single-family homes? Most of our street is single-family homes. This is what those homes look like. What you'll notice is that they're all fronting on the street. There are no garages fronting on the street. There are very narrow driveways, all going to garages either to the side or to the rear. This is the character of our neighborhood. Can you scroll back up to the last? Right? No, back, yes, thank you. On the left there at the bottom, you'll see that's the character of our street. okay? It's a 30-foot wide house or a 20-foot, actually a 20-foot wide house, a narrow driveway. 20-foot wide house, a narrow driveway. It's lovely. It's a very lovely character. I added this just so you could see. This is the newest from scratch constructed house in close to our neighborhood. This is at 46 Allison. This is a single family home, but you'll see what they did. They built the exact same type of house that is very consistent with the entire rest of the neighborhood. Can you go back to the map, please? So if you look at this map, there's a few things I want to point out to you about this. Number one is the sheer massive size of this building. Not consistent at all. What you're seeing there, can I go up? Do you mind? Since I don't have a pointer? Well, first I want to point out they're misrepresenting the required setbacks on this plan. The setbacks are actually 20 foot from the rear yard and 10 foot from the front yard. What they're showing here is 10 foot from the rear yard and 20 foot from the front yard, which is actually misrepresenting a very important character of the neighborhood. If these setbacks were located as appropriately, you would see that this line is right in line with all the rest of the houses on this block. And what you can't really see here, because of the quality of this image, is that these are driveways, okay? This is 40 foot wide by 20 foot wide, 2 double-loaded driveways. This is 1,800 square feet of paving in this front yard, when all the rest of these houses have no paving, and the only houses that are set back even remotely this far are the lovely images, which I'll show you again if you like. They're grassed and they're landscaped, okay? Now, you're not even seeing the road. The right-of-way is 5+ feet back from the road. So these are actually 45 by 20 feet. You could fit 12 cars here if you include the 2 cars in the garages and then double-loaded driveways. So, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 12 cars in the front yard in a neighborhood that looks like a very traditional, conventional, little suburban, urban neighborhood. This is not consistent. Can you go to the last slide, please? Yes. So here you're seeing, this is what Mr. Young's has built. They're fine. They're nice. They're lovely. They would be great out in some other neighborhood in the city where this type of development is common. It's not on our street. This would disrupt the fabric of our neighborhood, the character and the aesthetic of our neighborhood, and I absolutely think it would affect our property values because there is a language here, and this is not that language. I don't know how the zoning ordinance deals with this because the zoning ordinance isn't technically supposed to look at these types of things. But how do you know if it's consistent with the character if you don't know that this is what they're proposing in our neighborhood?
So wait, those are not obviously a model of what he's.
I think it's exactly the model of what.
But those are examples you found in other places.
No, this is on his website. These
got it.
William
Right.
Young properties under construction or constructed.
Right.
These are the units that.
Those are the types of buildings he built.
They took his footprint and they put it on our block. Okay. If you scroll up a little further, Tim, please. These are the types of things we'd love to see. We'd love to put a duplex that's consistent with our neighborhood, where you have narrow little driveways. I mean, there's some people here, they're gonna testify. They don't want a duplex no matter what, but my perspective is, hey, let's negotiate. You put in your duplex, but put in something that's gonna improve the value of our neighborhood. Give us more neighbors and more lovely character that is going to be consistent with our neighborhood. I mean, you can see, this is like our whole neighborhood. Like, we have a very tight-knit neighborhood. We all know each other. And we're in support of each other, regardless of things that may or may not be consistent with all of each other's priorities. But this is what you're asking me, what do I want from this board? Well, I'm going to go on Monday night to the city council hearing, and I'm going to say, what you're doing right now is not protecting that. You are not protecting our neighborhood or any neighborhood across the city by doing it this way. I proposed this 5 years ago, very specifically to protect neighborhoods like mine. So this is irony to the highest degree, to get a front-loaded garage that you can fit 12 cars in front of in a house on my street. I don't know, I hope you see the irony in it as well. But, I am all for the amendment to, I would have allowed more density on this lot. Craig, who lives 2 houses down from me, said, Heather, with your ordinance, you could fit 2 single-family lots here. We'd have 2 houses here. The other day, he said to me, Heather, that would have been better to have 2 single-family homes that are consistent with the rest of the neighborhood rather than this enormous monstrosity that doesn't look like anything and is very
I think we have your drift here.
Sorry, I'm passionate. I apologize, Chris.
So
back to the, so is it your contention that this is not a duplex?
No, it's absolutely a duplex. It's just a duplex of a character and style that is wildly inconsistent with the neighborhood and is a detriment and doesn't meet any of the variance criteria. I would say tonight, at this time, they need a number more variances because at this time, I hear what Tim is saying, but the plain language of the ordinance says that an attached dwelling unit is 2 or more side-by-side units. And I don't think, even with administrative law, I'm not a lawyer, that would stand up. Because I can point to 9.5 years of experience with the city where we were enforcing that to say that you had to comply with those requirements for duplexes. So
You might know better than I, but we can't insist that additional variances be put before us, and they wouldn't have been noticed and. So.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting you do that now. I'm suggesting this application is incomplete and not in compliance with, I'm saying that as a planner, I feel that it would probably open the city up to legal liability if you allowed something to occur where anyone could come forward and say, hey, you didn't get these 3 variances, this is not allowed. Monday, they may make some changes that make this legal, but right now, I don't understand how they are not required to do additional variances. I mean, and again, you can see from my information that I was saying, hey, please don't give them a variance for architectural design review. Sure, give them a duplex, but don't allow them to do what they're doing without us having a say in what
The only variances they've asked for have to do with dimensional issues.
Right.
There's nothing about design review in there. And they're not asking us to change the determination that the code enforcement people have made. So I don't think we have the power to respond to you.
Well, I would say I would file an appeal and file a motion that this was improperly, heard because there are other variances that are needed.
You could do that.
But if we grant variances and then it turns out that they should have gotten other variances and they went ahead and somebody goes ahead and develops without getting all the variances they needed, and the city doesn't enforce that according to your your viewpoint, then do you have? I mean, that wouldn't be an appeal of our decision because we can't look at every possible variance someone should be getting, right? We can only look.
I don't know.
That's
what my understanding is. That is what used to be done.
Okay.
That if it was discovered that additional variances were needed, those would be added to the list. It would be postponed to the next month. Not that you would. What's to prevent somebody from coming in and not asking for any of the variances that they need and just asking for one?
Well, as you know, the original determination is made now in planning. It used to be in code enforcement. Yeah. And people have the right to challenge that and do occasionally, and sometimes we consent to making changes, but nobody is challenging it at the moment who's directly involved. And I'm just not sure where this is going to lead us. I'm not sure we want to spend a whole lot more time on this issue.
All right. I hear what you're saying, and I would say that they have not met the variance criteria in terms of the character of the neighborhood.
Fair enough.
Even if you ignore all the other things that I've stated, the variance criteria to not disrupt the character of the neighborhood, to work in the public interest, to be consistent with the intent of the ordinance, has not been met, is what I am hoping that you'll understand. If you look at our neighborhood and what they're proposing, it is not consistent.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Would you identify yourself for the record,
Yes,
please?
my name is Cindy Tubbs, and I'm the owner of 22 Spruce Street, a duplex. I'm here to oppose the requested variances from sections 28-5-2. As I understand it, there are 5 criteria a variance must meet: public interest, spirit of the ordinance, substantial justice, impact on surrounding property values, and unnecessary hardship. I do not believe this application meets those requirements. The South End is a connected, walkable neighborhood. This is a neighborhood where people sit on their porches, they walk their dogs, And they talk to one another as they walk by. They have conversations with each other. It truly is a neighborhood. And that works because homes face the street in a consistent way with front doors, porches, and windows looking out on the streets. It's very inviting. This proposal changes that pattern by putting forward-facing garages at the front of the building, and that changes how the street looks and feels. And I do not believe that that is consistent with the public interest or the spirit of the ordinance. While there are duplexes in the area, and I own one of those, the issue is not just the use, it is where this specific design fits the established pattern of the neighborhood. In my view, this does not fit at all. I've been restoring my 125-year-old duplex at 22 Spruce Street in full compliance with zoning, with a focus on preserving the character of the street. That's been going on for almost a year now. That kind of investment depends on the ordinance being applied consistently. Substantial justice means fairness to both the applicant and the people who already have and invest here. Granting multiple variances for a larger structure changes expectations for what is allowed going forward. Approving variances of this scope for this type of a design also sets a precedent for similar requests, making it harder to apply the ordinance consistently over time. Property values in a neighborhood like the South End depend on the overall feel of the street, consistency, scale, and visual continuity. A more garage-dominant structure changes that pattern over time. Finally, I do not believe that there's any hardship here. The lot can be developed under the existing zoning. This is a request to build something larger than the rules allow, not a situation where the property cannot be used. So I do not see a hardship. So taken together, I do not believe that this application meets a criteria for a variance. For those reasons, I respectfully but firmly ask the board to deny the request. And I thank you very much, and also thank you for your service to our community and the city. It's a beautiful city.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? I think I see some hands. Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth?
I do.
May we have your name, please?
Christopher Carr. I live in a duplex on 18 and 20 Spruce Street in Concord. Again, I would like to reiterate that I agree with Cindy on all of her qualifications for whether or not they need a variance. The lot that we're talking about is actually one of the larger lots on the street. And I understand that a lot of these buildings were built before the zoning was part, so not all the buildings are where they should be by modern zoning. But again, we're trying to make it a neighborhood. All the houses on our street, again, they have garages, but they're all set back. They're not forward facing on the property. There's a small driveway that goes back, and sometimes they open up to a larger garage. I have a 2-bay garage that sits on the back of my lot, but I have a single wide driveway to get there. So I don't see why they need the variance to build a 60-foot wide structure on this lot. I feel like it could be designed to have garages and still fit within the setbacks, because the lot it's barely not big enough to have a duplex, barely. My lot is smaller by several thousand square feet, but it was built when there weren't zoning laws, and nobody can control that now. The house is built where it's built. It was built on a small lot. It was probably built as a single family and then duplexed. I just feel like if they do want to make a duplex, I don't have a problem. If they want a garage, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't think they need to just build that massive structure and eliminate these zoning laws that we all have to abide by. Because if I wanted to take down my garage and put up a bigger one or a taller one, I would have to go through this process, and I would have to prove all of the points as to why I should be allowed to build it. I can't just build it because I want to make it taller. I want to make it wider. So I don't think that they need these variances. I think that they could build a duplex with garages without impeding on all the setbacks.
I don't believe they're asking for any
Setback
forgiveness
is
from
not an issue.
setbacks.
Setbacks, but the variances that they
It's
need.
right now, the variants are for the minimum frontage and the lot size, which, again, the city has recognized as an issue. We're proposing that if the council acts favorably Monday night, this would not require any relief whatsoever. They'd be able to go right to a building permit.
Okay. So I guess I don't feel like it fits the character of the neighborhood.
Understood.
That would be my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
Yes, I do.
May we have your name, please?
I'm Craig Tufts. I live at 23 Spruce Street, so our house abuts this open lot. It's apple trees now. You know, when we bought our home, you know, we understood that it could very well be built someday, but we also knew what the current zoning was, which was the lot isn't big enough for anything but a single-family home. And when you look at the lot and the street, it just wouldn't make sense to have a house oriented towards our living space of our yard and having that bulk and scale as close to our yard as this is proposed. So I think Heather saved me a lot of time with a lot of those pictures. So that the application materials, the shape of the outline of their building, that's definitely going to impact our property values. It's definitely going to impact our property. The windows will be overlooking our living space. The driveways will be close to our living space. Their outdoor space is going to be close to us. If it were a single-family home, it would not be that way. As Heather said, you know, all the houses on our street, they're oriented south. There's a driveway on the side. So when you're out in your living space, you're not looking out on their property. So in my view, you know, they're basing community character and fitting with the character on the fact that it's a duplex. You know, yes, there are other duplexes, but they are entirely different than this. I also want to stress, as far as our property values go, we have solar panels on our house and on our garage. And again, we knew there was always a possibility of it being built, but the likelihood of a structure of this size being built this close to our property, I mean, I just didn't see it happening. And, you know, we did some math about the sun angle and how the sun sweeps. And in the wintertime, it will definitely shade our solar panels. On our garage in particular, we have 8 panels there. So that's, you know, reduced energy production. You know, if they were to plant a tree in the winter, there's no leaves on the tree, but a building is a solid structure. So I think that's really going to impact it. And I think that's an important thing that I want to emphasize. I really think this does impact our property values very directly. Also with the driveways, the very wide driveways, I mean, that's where everybody parks. I don't think you'd be able to have on-street parking in front of the lot just because of the spacing and the size of those, which affects a lot of the neighborhood.
For reference, the driveways are an issue that will need to be taken up in terms of separation. Those have not been considered in the application that's before us, so that's an issue the city still needs to deal with.
I also don't feel there's a hardship. If they really wanted 2 units, they could build a single-family home with an accessory dwelling unit without having to get these zoning, you know, ZBA approvals. You know, a lot of what Heather said, I really agree with. You know, it's going to affect the character of the neighborhood. I think you could put a 2-family unit there and have it fit well, and it would be much better than it is. And I also agree, you know, I think the intent of the zoning updates that are proposed are good, but there's a lot of problems. I was actually a really big fan of the previous zoning ordinance where you could have subdivided the lot for 2 single-family homes. But
We're not talking about the previous ordinance. It's going to get to be a long evening here, so if you could conclude your testimony with anything further you have to say about this specific appeal, that would be helpful. Thanks.
I think saying that it fits the character of the neighborhood based on the number of units is not a good way to measure how it affects the neighbors.
Very good. Thank you.
And it will affect our property values negatively.
Understood. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Is there anybody else who'd like to please come forward? Or tell the truth and nothing but.
I do.
May we have your name, please?
My name is Eric Feldbaum. I live at 14 Badger Street. The back of my property abuts this lot. I'm not opposed to a duplex. I'm not opposed to a single-family house. I will make a comment for the record, as I did try to buy this lot, and the seller never reached out to me. It's been a long time, I think, interest of the community to keep this as a green space. As stated before, it's used by the neighborhood currently, and the previous owner allowed folks to play on the property. It's got green space, it's got trees, fruit trees, and so there's a lot of value to the community to see this as a green space, so I just point that out. Aside from that, again, my property, I abut the back of it. I happen to also own a duplex. It's a multifamily house, but it's lived in as a single-family house. Myself, my wife, and my recently born 6-month-old baby. Community is important to me, and to make sure that the character of our houses stay the same. I bought our house in 2017. I've put a fairly large amount of money back into the house to make sure that the character of it stayed as a New England-style house. I think that's really important. I think it's very clear by the plans that have been set forth. This house does not fit the neighborhood. It would be a detriment to the value of the homes abutting us.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard?
I won't swear, but I will tell the truth.
All right, that's fine. Would you identify yourself, please?
Dennis Tiviesh.
Okay, and before you begin, Mr. Tiviot, I think you need to understand that if you're not going to tell us anything we haven't heard before, just tell us that, and we can move on. But if you have something new to say that relates, then we're delighted to hear it.
Well, it's going to be somewhat repetitive, but not per se. And I guess you're running low on time. I was here for the last meeting. I did not get notice of it. I got the notice 2 weeks later in the mail. But I have nice neighbors who said, oh, there's this meeting. So I showed up. And then the first thing right out of the back, he said, oh, this item isn't going to be heard. Get out of here. We'll see you next time. I was the only one. I don't know if anyone else knew, but I was the only one. And then I never got a notice of the subsequent hearing. There was inaccurate information in the hearing. It was kind of embarrassing. I was embarrassed for the city. Okay. I live at that beautiful red one, which is the largest duplex on the street. And I have for 37 and a half years.
What number?
30 and 30 and a half. Excuse me. Yes, whoops, just had your pointer on it.
Yep. It's lagging because the computer's got so many things open at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. So, in fact, I think the ownership of the entire street has changed since I've been there. However, amazingly enough, the character of the neighborhood has remained. Excuse me. The house fits on a much smaller lot. This structure as proposed and the variance they're asking for is not necessary to have a duplex there. I'm not opposed to a duplex. I live in a duplex. There are duplexes along the street. That's fine.
You realize that there cannot be a duplex on that lot without a variance under the current ordinance?
That's not my problem.
Well, you just said.
Okay, then I am opposed to it.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So I don't want a single-family home that's that size either. As proposed, as I see, and I've seen the designs of this gentleman's houses, his work, it doesn't fit in our neighborhood. Just plain and simple, it doesn't. Aesthetically, it's horrible. Across, right adjacent to that lot is 33 Spruce. It was all one property before the death of poor Doc Cassidy, and they split the lot. Her house is going to be turned into a duplex as well. It goes to, there's going to be an increase of people, absolutely. So we're going from one single family to 3 duplexes. A lot more cars, a lot more people, a lot more police, a lot more fire, a lot more other city services. I think it's a detriment. There are a lot of the people who are moving into that neighborhood have little kids. Mine are older, thankfully, and survived. I mean, ever since we got Blue Cross Blue Shield building, traffic has been horrendous, and it's been fast. The builder doesn't care. He doesn't live there. He's not going to live in that duplex. He's not going to live in any place on our street. He's just going to build it, make his money, and go. And if that's the hardship, that he won't make quite as much money, that's not a hardship to me. The quality and character of the neighborhood is what's important. And I know we need housing. This is not the way to do it. And I guess
I think we have your drift, sir.
And I guess, well, I'm not done. I think I have a couple more minutes left. I've been
No,
counting.
I don't think you do.
You have a timer?
Yes, and I think we have your drift.
Okay. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, that's fine.
I'm happy to hear what you have to say if as long as it's new.
You're not. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but?
I do, sir.
May we have your name, please?
Kenneth Cox, 17 Spruce Street.
Could I get your first name again, please?
Kenneth, Ken.
Please have a seat.
A-U. I'll make it short and sweet because I think it's getting close to your bedtime, so we'll wrap it up. I just had a quick conversation about this with a couple of my neighbors the other day. We don't have a problem with the duplex. I know you're not want to hear the same thing over again, but what I will throw a wrench in the works is it's not about you, it's about us. And this young lady here that's representing the gentleman that's building this house is probably where we need to have a conversation with, not you. And I'll tell you why. I've lived in this neighborhood for almost 30 years now, and I have fallen in love with it. I've fallen in love with my neighbors, and I absolutely understand the fact that you have to maintain that image, the history, the character of the properties, okay? If he wants to build a duplex, God bless him. But this one, it looks like an assisted living home. And the fact of the matter is, it doesn't look like anything in the entire neighborhood unless you get further down into some of the more business areas, okay? So that's the only thing I really am concerned about is what it looks like. Does it maintain the character of the property in the surrounding area? So I think our conversation is not with you. I think it's with her client in that build your duplex, by all means, but make it look like it's something that belongs in our neighborhood, not in an assisted living community someplace else. Those garage doors are ginormous. The pictures that
I think we're covering old ground here, sir.
Well, you're going to get it one more time, and I'm going to tell you why, okay? We all came here. This is almost my entire neighborhood with the exception of maybe 3 families, okay? You need to understand that we're not saying no to this. And these variances, whatever the heck, fact of the matter is we just simply want it to look like it belongs. That's it.
I think we've heard that.
Good. Well, I'm just making sure you did. And I know your bedtime's pretty close, so I'm going to cut you loose, okay?
At ease, that's inappropriate.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard?
Yes, you can see her.
Oh, there's one more. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Nader, and I promise to tell the truth.
I am delighted to hear it. Would you have a seat and tell us what you'd like us to hear?
I just have a general comment. I received the notice that went out for the was it the April 1st meeting? I wasn't home the day it was delivered on April 8th, and I received a certified notice, so I went and picked it up. But I was a little upset that I received a notice 8 days after the meeting supposedly happened. So I appreciate that, and it says it's a legal notice, so I appreciate the fact that it was postponed and that I was able to be here tonight and just observe the process. So that's it.
And guys, just so the audience knows, the board has we don't have any control over the notice. I know that the mail has gotten worse and worse, so that.
The reason we do certified return receipt is so that we know that they are received by the.
Yeah.
But if they're not claimed and nobody's there, then they are reattempted for other delivery.
Yeah.
I mean, I went the day after I received it,
Yeah.
but again, the meeting was on April 1st.
Yeah.
So, but thank you for listening.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Please come forward.
Thanks for hearing me. My name is Rachel Tubbs.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth. So I live directly to the north of that property. My husband already spoke. We have the solar panels.
What number?
And I know you've already heard this.
What number?
23 Spruce Street.
Thank you.
And, you know, that property, we will be in the shade of that property. Literally, like, we have a very small house. You know, we were frugal. We just bought a tiny house, and it's really unfortunate that I believe a large building there is really going to hurt the quality of, I mean, our house is not going to be worth that much. So there's hardship on our part. And then when you add in like losing 8 solar panels from like October to February, I don't know that if, you know, I did the calculations, anything above 25 feet would impact our solar panels in the winter. You know, I don't know about these zoning changes, like protection for people with solar. A lot of states do provide like protection for solar access. I know our state is not that friendly, so I'm just putting it out there that it's a hardship for us.
Very good, thank you.
And then I also agree with a lot of the other points that were mentioned tonight, but I won't take up any more of your time.
Thank you so much. Anyone else who'd like to be heard? Come forward, please. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but?
I do. I'm Katie Collier. I live at 49 West Street, and I'm on the corner of Spruce and West. And so I'm here to support my whole neighborhood, and I think all of us are. I agree with everything that has been brought up already. I am very concerned with the additional traffic and parking that a building of this size will cause, and I will think it will create probably emergency vehicle access problems, seasonally and even not. I'm not saying we have a lot of ambulances on our street, but we do have some elderly people that live on the street, and I feel like the potential for up to 12 more cars in an already congested area of the street could potentially cause safety risks for anyone needing help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Comments from planning?
No, rebuttal.
Oh, there's another hand, was there?
Never mind.
Comments from planning?
Couple of things regarding the design of the particular unit. The request in front of the board tonight does not deal with the design of the unit. It's
I'm aware of that.
the allowing of the use on the property.
I think the rest of the board is aware of that.
And I
too.
want to say that. The reason why this is classified and has been classified by planning as a duplex and not an attached dwelling, we believe there is a statutory problem with our current attached dwelling definition, including 2 units. Under RSA 674-43, the planning board does not have the authority to require site plan review for anything less than 3 units on a single property. This being 2, an ADR, an architectural design review, being a subcommittee of the planning board essentially. We don't believe there's statutory authority for a duplex to go through the architectural design review process. I agree with the gentleman who said that the conversation probably needs to be between the applicant and the neighborhood. Because the issue in front of this board has not anything to do with the design of the structure itself. It's the use. If they were to move forward with the with the design that they have proposed with the multiple driveways, we would have some issues with 28.7.8 of our zoning ordinance in terms of separation of driveways. So even as it is currently shown conceptually, there are issues that would need to be addressed in order to make that work.
Thank you.
Can I ask, sorry to be late, just a quick question. So if they didn't go for a duplex, and let's say they wanted to build a single-family house of the exact same size
Correct.
as this, they could, as a matter of right.
As long as they
exact
met
same
setback
design.
requirements, correct.
Could they do 2 driveways in a single-family house?
If they met the separation requirements, yes.
And they would have to have a minimum lot frontage, but then an additional 150 feet.
In order to get a second driveway for a single family.
Correct.
Oh, so
But that's just the driveway issue.
Yeah,
just
but
the
the
driveway.
size and all, the orientation, all of, everything
Yeah.
that's.
We
gotta
cannot
fit the-
regulate the specific placement of a single family or a duplex on a lot.
Yeah.
As long as
So
it
if
meets
they,
setbacks.
if they wanted a massive garage in the front, like some of the new styles, they could essentially
So-
do that with a single family home.
The lot coverage for duplex is different than the lot coverage for single family, correct?
Yep, it's 1.5 times the lot size and 1.5 times the frontage.
For the duplex.
Correct.
Which is
What
currently
about
proposed to be
for a
changed.
single
Yep. And then
family?
for a single family home in the RD district, they would only need 7,500 square feet, which they're well over that. They're at like
Sure.
0.2.
In the current application, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously you've checked that they meet the lot density even with this huge structure.
There is no lot density
There is no-
requirement
no lot
for
coverage.
duplex. It's just the lot.
Residential of
But
single.
they meet it if, they meet it the single, there's no extra one, but they meet.
Are you
the-
talking about lot coverage?
Lot coverage, I'm sorry.
Okay. But
There's no residential lot coverage requirement.
well,
in a
the
single-
lot coverage for impervious surface is what
Yes.
I think he's talking
Yeah, yeah.
about, which they're allowed 60% in that district.
So they obviously are meeting it or intend to meet it because they're not asking for that. Okay.
And even with this going through, if the board was to grant this, the building permit would be filed. A part of our building permit process is that we still recheck for zoning compliance. So in that building permit process, we ask for a full site plan to verify that they are meeting the setbacks, meeting the lot coverage, meeting height, etc.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm struggling with the way that agenda is written. So on what's in the application before us, they're asking for a variance for frontage.
For frontage and lot
They're
size.
asking for 112 feet of frontage, whereas 91 and a half feet.
Which is the 1.5 times the 75-foot requirement for a
Okay,
single family.
all right. And then on the lot size, they're proposing 11,250 square feet,
Which is what it is.
That's the size of the lot as it exists. The requirement of 1.5 times the 7,500 square foot minimum for a single family would be the
100. Well, they need 75 feet for a single family, and for the duplex, they would need 112.5.
Yeah, just to help me understand, I'm only looking at what's in front of us, which they're asking for a duplex.
Yep. So
They want to
They
have
don't
more
quite
frontage
have-
than is allowed, and they
100
want to have more lot coverage than is allowed.
lot size, not
size.
coverage.
Yes.
Yep.
for
They're
duplex.
proposing to have basically the lot is slightly short on both size and frontage under the current requirements for duplex.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Goldstein, would you like to offer factual clarification in response to anything you've heard?
No, my only comment would have been that the design isn't final, which I think was cleared up.
Isn't final.
Can you come up?
Why don't you come on up?
That the design is still, the design isn't before the board.
Right, okay.
Right, will it be before, I know Tim told us this, but it's not apt to be before,
It won't be before any other board.
before any other,
No,
right,
it would go
yeah.
through the normal process.
But what he's saying is if it's under 3 units, the city is not taking the view they can.
Statutorily, we can't require site plan review for a duplex or a single-family home.
So you said it would go through the normal process. What is your belief is the normal process for the design?
Well, it would go through the building permit process.
That's it.
Okay, so that would that deal with the size of the driveway, the width of the driveways and the garages at the front of the building? Yeah.
Certainly, we'd work with the city to work through those issues.
Okay, thanks.
And my understanding is that it's still in process.
With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed. And I will start this discussion with the lucky Mr. Winters.
Well, I mean, I'm sensitive to this, and I mean, I live nearby, so so I know the area well, and I'm sensitive to it because I think the neighbors are understandably upset at the proposal, or although it's not a concrete proposal, the likelihood of what it's going to look like. But it seems that the developer has, just by looking at it, I mean, they put it, they're coming as close as they can to every setback. They're pushing everything as far as they can. All we're looking at is whether, it's really the use, whether they can build a duplex. The size of it, they could build the exact same size structure as a single family, and we wouldn't be a variance. If it's true, as Ms. Shank says, that they need more variances, then they would be taking a huge risk, you know, because that could be litigated. But as far as what we're looking at, these are extremely small overages that they're proposed, and you know, historically, for relatively small percentage-wise overages on frontage and lot size, we've been pretty inclined to grant those. And I think we've looked at, well, a duplex is desirable, you know, sort of for the entire community. In fact, as at least half the abutters said, they're not opposed to a duplex. So really, in substance, they're not even actually opposed to, not all of them, I can't speak for all of them, but at least several of them aren't actually really opposed to this particular variance. They just don't like what it's going to look like, which is understandable, but that's out of our purview.
Mr. Monahan, how do you see it?
There's a lot going on here. A lot of what was raised isn't in front of us. As I am looking at it, the question of should we give some latitude as to whether or not a duplex can be put in this lot because it's, I don't know, 1,000 feet more or less off size is the first question. And I kind of agree with Andrew. A lot of the testimony we saw was, I'm not opposed to a duplex there, it's just this one. With regard to the other question, I guess, in front of me is the frontage requests. And if I'm following everything that's in front of me, the size of the structure is what?
No.
No. Okay.
The size of the structure is not under consideration. It's the size of the lot that it is proposed to be on. It is the amount of frontage that the lot currently contains.
Okay.
I've got some.
So if you're going to have a,
I'm sorry. I've got some thoughts on that one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then I do think it's, again, a lot of what we heard about was distraction was what the design of it is, and it's not in the record before us. I don't want to rely on just what someone's website said it might be, but I kind of would like to know, but we don't. So Chris seems to have.
Well, I want to complicate things a little further on here. Nick, how do you look at it?
Pretty much what Andrew and Jim have said. You know, we traditionally granted these kind of variances for substandard lots for duplexes throughout the city, throughout the years, and this is no different. But I do hear what the neighbors are saying, that their concern is the design, and unfortunately I don't think we have any control over that.
Ann?
I ditto, yes.
Okay.
My concerns are the same.
I feel somewhat ambivalent about that. And the reason I do is because when we look at a request for a variance, we do look at a specific design. The size of the house in and of itself is not something, the design that we have control over. But whether or not we consider it to be consistent, the specific design we're looking at to be consistent with the character of the neighborhood is something we have control over. It's not inconceivable that somebody could have come to us or could come to us with a duplex that wasn't that design, that was another design that we like better. The problem I have with that rationale, and this is where I'm going to confuse things, is zoning boards are, for good reasons, narrowly constrained as to what it is we can think about, and it has to do with the specific questions that we are asked. So, although in this case, essentially, we're being asked, as my colleagues have indicated earlier, is it reasonable to grant a variance to put a duplex on this property. I think you could, in good conscience, vote either way because of what I just said.
Because of the, but you're saying because the design doesn't fit?
You could, yes, you could. Not,
We don't know the design.
Do they have?
That's another
Do you think, do they have to, for this type of request, do they even have to have a design at all?
they have to have a footprint because they have, yeah, they have to, no, they don't?
Because you're just looking at the lot size and the frontage.
And whether the use should be.
So they don't need to put down a footprint at all?
That would be in the building permit process.
Well, that negates everything I just said.
What's the
Well, it's nice to be
what's
proven wrong in short order.
Well, yeah. That's just their opinion.
Then disregard, yes.
What
obviously.
criteria does the issuance of the building permit look at? Does it look at,
It looks through the entire zoning code again. So.
does it look
even
at
if-
how wide the structure is?
As,
Only in terms of compliance with ordinance requirements.
so if it's meeting all setback requirements, it's fine. To Mr. Tuff's point of they could put a single-family home, and per the way our ADU ordinance is written, essentially an ADU now can be the size of a single-family home. It can go up to 1,200 square feet depending on the size of the single-family home. So they could, you gotta take what you're looking at for the characteristic of the neighborhood. And this is a neighborhood that has both single families and duplexes throughout it.
Do most of the duplexes in this neighborhood, are they on conforming lots?
No. So one that I'm looking at right now, and I just pulled, so 28, and then if you look at 30 and 30 and a half, 28 has 57 feet of frontage, 30 to 30 and a half has 75 feet. So essentially 24 to 26 has 86 feet of frontage, so none of these lots conform to today's standards.
Yeah.
So this lot essentially is the closest to the 112 that is required.
It'll be the most conforming duplex lot in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And is there anything, I think I know the answer to this, but the question as to whether or not the design would interfere with the solar energy collection from the,
We don't have any regulatory requirements that would address that.
I would make sure that the folks that testified knew that.
Okay.
And then,
Where were we in the process here? Had everyone spoken? I guess so, yeah. Did you have something else?
I was understanding the concern of the neighbors, and I'm wondering if there's some justice in tabling this to a date certain to see if there's any opportunity for disputes to be worked out and to see what happens with the ordinance.
What I would just say, the ordinance piece would be the next, if you were to continue to a date certain, the city council is going to be considering this on Monday. Assuming they make a decision, the zoning ordinance could be amended as of Tuesday next week. That would allow this without variance.
Yeah, but I do know the applicant said they wanted to go forward, so I don't know if that was because if they got a positive reaction tonight, they would be grandfathered and it wouldn't matter if yeah, so I want to read into that.
Can't speak for the applicant, obviously.
My guess is that
if it passes
if they get a variance, it doesn't matter what happens with the city council if for some reason things go awry. Their project would still go forward. And I think from our point of view, it's actually irrelevant what the city council does next week.
Right.
We have to deal with the law that's on the books now and not what might be there next week. For
The one
good or ill.
kink I'll throw into that is that under state law, we are essentially enforcing two separate zoning ordinances right now because we are required to enforce the posted zoning ordinance as well as the existing ordinance.
Posted?
Yeah, once we post an ordinance for public hearing, it is essentially in effect until the final action is taken by the city council.
So why are they here for a variance at all?
They have the option because we still have again, there's the chance that the city council will say no. So the existing ordinance is also still applicable. It's a weird catch-22 in New Hampshire law that has frustrated me for 30 years.
So I'm not sure, may I understand, there are two different potential applicable ordinances
Right now,
that we
yes.
need to consider.
Right now, this is both conforming and not conforming. pending the decision of the city council. Right now, once we post that public hearing, an applicant has the ability to move forward with a proposal under the new zoning ordinance at their own risk.
Right. Why will the zoning ordinance change this? Is it allowing duplexes on smaller?
This would eliminate the requirement to have 1.5 times the lot size and frontage. It would be the same as a single family, so this would be a compliant lot for a duplex should the ordinance amendments pass on Monday.
So in this case, where you have an ordinance posted and an ordinance that's extant, that contradict each other.
Which is inherent in the whole process.
Yeah, because otherwise, why have a new ordinance?
Exactly.
So in that case, I'm trying to get my hands around why they're here at all.
I think the applicant's intent, again, I'm speculating, is that should something happen at the city council where they either amend it further so that it doesn't make their proposal work, or they deny and don't adopt the proposed amendments, they're stuck now with a proposal that would not comply.
Because they can't pull a permit between now and next Tuesday.
Correct.
That's why. I see. Okay.
Because we are subject now to 2 conflicting laws or ordinances, would it make sense to table it till we can get some clarification in terms of what the city council does?
I have recommended that to every person who's ever come to the zoning board, but I can't force an applicant to do that.
I agree. It doesn't, with all respect, I don't really follow the logic of why they're putting themselves through this process here, but.
I was unaware of the.
Yeah, but in my mind, I don't.
Two-pronged fork.
I think we just look at the application as we have it, and that whether to move forward was the applicant's decision.
My only conjecture is that the applicant's hedging their bets to make sure that they can get this to work, regardless of what the city council decides to do.
Well, they've asked us to make a decision. We can either do it or table it.
Can I just make a clarification on tabling? It would be to continue to a date certain.
Right.
Okay.
Tabling means you
have to renotice.
Yep. No, we have, every time we discuss this possibility, we have that discussion.
Yes.
So I guess what I'll do is lay it before my colleagues, my elaborate and elegant theory of why we can consider design was blown out of the water by the fact that design doesn't have to be presented at all. So would anyone care to make a motion either for or against the request for a variance, or would they care to make a motion to recess the case to a date certain?
I'll make a motion to recess to the June meeting.
All right.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Nothing like a punt.
I respect the council's wisdom.
It's the date for June.
June 10th meeting?
June 10th.
June 10th.
Yeah. All right. It's been moved and seconded to recess this. Now, when is the?
To be continued to a date certain of June 10th.
Yeah. Now, and the vote is next week?
The city council is scheduled to have their public hearing on Monday, the 11th.
So it's possible, depending on what they.
Sorry, not June 10th. That's Conservation Commission.
Thank you.
Sorry. I have 2 different boards on my.
Would it be?
June 3rd.
Okay. So the city council will take action before we have to come back to this question.
Somebody tell Dennis the date.
Unless they decide not to vote Monday night.
So,
but yes.
and
I anticipate a vote will be taken on Monday night.
okay, and I do want to make sure the neighbors are kept informed about what's going to happen. So,
As I understand it, there are several neighbors who are aware of the city council meeting or are planning to be in attendance.
I wouldn't be
if
surprised.
we continue to a date certain, does the applicant have a responsibility to inform
This
the
is
neighbors?
the only notice, is tonight, right here verbally.
Okay, we have a motion and a second before us. Would any other discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
All right, it's 4-1 with Mr. Winters in the minority. We have deferred this case till next month. Even the PA system is mad at us.
That was me.
Oh. Okay.
By the way, for the record, my bedtime is 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Next case, 4.8, Ms. Goldstein is back with us, Esquire, for John Trust, request variances to maintain 2 existing single-family dwelling units where single-family homes are prohibited in tax map Lot 41, 1923 Coral Street in the Urban Commercial CU District. You still sworn in?
I do. Thank you.
And you're still Meredith Goldstein, I
am
assume?
still Meredith Goldstein.
Tell us what you can about this case, please.
Thank you, and I'll let you know that my client, Alan John's, is in the room as well if there's any questions that come up that I can't answer. Yes.
Oh, it's John's Trust, not John Trust, yes. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
that's right. Yes, so we're requesting this subdivision. Right now, there's 2 single-family homes on one property that is located at 19 to 23 Coral Street. Although we're requesting several variances, what we're really looking to do is just change that lot line. Nothing on the property is changing, the structures are staying the same. We're just trying to create a separate lot for each single-family home. That's the goal. In the interest of time, I won't run through what all of the adjustments would be, but that's what we're trying to do. And that's why we're requesting the frontage, setbacks, and minimum lot size variances. Also, as you noted, single-family homes are not permissible in this district, so we're simply requesting that the single-family homes each get to stay as they are as well. So nothing changing on the property, we're talking about changing the property line. I will notice the board as well that obviously this just provides more flexibility for Mr. Johns, but he also has had interest from the 2 tenants in each individual home who have both lived there for many years that they may someday be interested in purchasing the property. So that's where this idea is coming from, that those longtime tenants want to be able to someday maybe have their own lots. If there aren't any initial questions, I'll jump into the criteria. Okay, so looking to
Can I?
Oh, sure.
Given that there's other things coming to, we want to just rely on the fact that we've already read the application, we're familiar with the criteria, and you don't have to go through it, but that's a Chris decision.
Give us a
Make it brief?
very quick one.
Very quick.
Yeah. I just assumed it went out in the air.
Sure. So, looking at the public,
Suggestion.
looking at the public interest again, we're not proposing a change here. We're proposing a change of a lot line, so we don't see any negative impact on the neighborhood. Everything will appear the same. No threat to the public health, safety, or welfare. Spirit of the ordinance, of course, very similar. Looking again to why these requirements are in place when looking at those dimensional issues, they're in place to prevent overdensity, overcrowding. Again, though, we're not proposing any change here. Everything is going to stay as it is, just that lot line changes. For the single-family home issue, there's several single-family homes in this neighborhood despite them not being permissible. We list them out in the application what some examples are, but this is nothing new for this neighborhood and fits well. Substantial justice is done. Again, we don't see a harm to the general public here, keeping everything the same, just changing that lot line. But the benefit to the applicant is substantial. It allows much more flexibility and the ability to someday down the road potentially sell to these 2 individual tenants and have separate lots. For the 4th criteria, don't see any harm to the surrounding property values. Again, very minimal change, just the lot line. Looking at the 5th criteria, whether little enforcement would result in unnecessary hardship. This is a unique property because it has 2 single-family homes on it. Although there are other single-family homes in the neighborhood, they don't exist on one property together. That's what we're trying to fix. Looking at whether there's a fair and substantial relationship between the general purpose of the ordinance and specific applications to this property. Happy to answer questions about that, but we just don't see it here. Again, we're trying to simplify this and keep things as much the same as possible, but create these 2 separate lots. And we certainly believe that this is a reasonable use and an appropriate use of the property.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard in favor of this appeal? Please come forward. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but?
I do.
Would you please identify yourself for the record?
Certainly. I'm Tim Bernier, 118 Broad Cove in the River Hill neighborhood of Pennacook. I am the surveyor of record for the plans that were presented tonight. However, I'm here in my capacity as a resident in Pennacook. Speak in favor of this. These are 2 existing homes, and single-family homes. They just happen to be on the same lot. They were built before zoning This is very rare in Concord, but it has happened. There are other examples of this in the city. This board has granted almost identical variances in the past. I'm here tonight because I think this is a substantial justice to grant the variance. It's a benefit to the neighborhood, it's a benefit to the owner, it's a benefit to Pennacook and to the city to do this. This is the best option for when this occurs. Again, it's very rare to have two completely self-autonomous single-family homes on one lot, so this fixes that problem by subdividing into two lots, and you can have traditional home ownership of those properties. So I think it's substantial justice.
Questions, Mr. Bernier? Thank you. Thanks. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard? Please come forward. We'll go right and then left. Swear to tell the truth and nothing but.
I swear.
May we have your name, please?
Christopher Spinning.
What would you like us to do, Mr. Spinning?
I live at 8 Coral Street, which is just up a little bit from there, and I see no issue with this, so long as it does not affect any more additional traffic, which doesn't seem like it will, so I have no issue with this.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now there was someone else. Mr. Schweiker.
Good evening.
Swear to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Roy Schweiker, and I don't know if I'm really in favor or against this, but I have to be one or the other under your method. Anyway, my feeling is, sure, having the two homes on separate lots, sounds like a good idea. And the thing is, we're going to start having a lot more of this, because with these ADUs, people are going to start building a second home on the lot. And what happens when every one of them shows up and says, okay, we want to subdivide our lot so that our two ADU is separate from the main lot. And then they say, well, now we have two single-family homes, so we'll build an ADU for each of them. I mean, is there an end to this? And I think you need to start thinking about, how small can a lot get if you keep subdividing them smaller and smaller and smaller? So, I don't think we've reached that point yet, but I think you need to think about it, because each of these two people could, put an ADU in once you split it. And then if they come in and say, well, we want to split those in half again, where does it end? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Schweiker. Would anyone else like to be heard? Any comments from planning?
Just that, again, the ability to put both of these on the lots makes them slightly more conforming than they are existing. We always typically prefer not to have two single-family homes on a lot. Because I can't help myself, the ADU issue is not an issue here, because under the ADU ordinance, you have to record a restrictive covenant that prevents you from subdividing the lot from the ADU. So I do not foresee that being an issue here.
Very good. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will invite, let's see, Ms. Rice. How do you see this?
I see that, I think that they have shown the basis for a variance. That it's non-conforming lots already. Two single-family homes on one lot makes no sense. And the unique situation.
Yeah. There's a witch under one of them. Feet rolled up when they, yeah.
Oh.
How do you see it, Mr.
No,
Rice?
I agree. I think it's just continuing the current layout of homes, and it's, aside from this particular applicant, it's economically undesirable for the city to have two lots, because it just makes it harder to convey that, which could make it sit on the market a lot longer, might end up in vacancies, would just hurt the overall market value of the properties. So I agree.
I have nothing to add.
Mr. Waller.
And once you subdivide it, it's still larger than many of the lots in the neighborhood.
I agree with my colleagues. Would anyone care to make a motion?
I move to grant the variance from Article 28-4, Section 28-418, Table of Dimensional Regulations. Oh, wait, sorry, I apologize. I got the wrong one up here. No, that's the right one, sorry. for frontage, front and side setbacks, and minimal lot size, and section 2824J, table of permitted uses to allow 2 single-family homes to remain in the CU district as single-family dwellings. To remain in the CU district where single-family dwellings are not allowed because all of the criteria under RSA 674-33 have been met based on the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The variance is granted. And now we move on to a case. This case is 4.9, but there's actually several cases dealing with the same property. So what we're going to do with the indulgence of Mr. Hastings is address, in the case of this particular parcel, all of the variances.
One, I will note, and Mr. Hastings, Attorney Hastings and I have discussed that the driveway separation, item 4.11, is not eligible for variance. Those are actually eligible to receive a conditional use permit from the planning board, so those are not necessary to have any board action here tonight.
And I'll trade indulgences with the board. I have the next matter too is for catch housing at 43 Fisherville Road. And in terms of priority and timing, that matter.
Would you like to take that up first?
I would prefer to take that up first, just if we do run out of time tonight. I'd like to make sure that matter gets heard.
All right. Would the board?
But it's all the same applicant, all the same?
No.
No,
Two projects.
Two different projects.
We have the Fisherville Road project, and we have the Pembroke Road
Okay.
project.
Okay, got it.
All right. Well, it sounds like the board is in the mood to indulge you. So let me read this out, and then I'll swear you in, and we can get on with the show here. This is starting at 4.13, Philip M. Hastings, Esquire, for Catch Neighborhood Housing, and property owners Kevin F. Siegel and George F. Siegel, Jr., who are requesting a variance to permit density of approximately 18.4 multifamily dwelling units per acre, where a maximum density of 12 units per acre is permitted at 43 Fisherville Road in a general commercial district. There are also other variances that apply to that same address. To permit building of up to 186 feet in length where a maximum of 160 feet is permitted, also a variance. To permit multi-family buildings within 30 and 39 feet of the property lines, and parking facilities to within 8 feet, 24 feet, and 34 feet of the property line, where a 75-foot perimeter buffer is required. And also variance to permit off-street parking to be located in front of the building where it is otherwise not allowed. And finally, variance to allow no off-street loading spaces where one space is required, all at that same address that I cited earlier. Gentlemen, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but?
I do.
Would you identify yourselves for the record, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Philip Hastings. I'm an attorney with Moores and Bass. I represent Catch. And with me tonight is Tom Furtado, as well as Julie. She's hiding, and Julie Palmieri from Concord Housing, as well as Chris Nato, the project engineer. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself?
Good evening, Tom Furtado, Catch Neighborhood Housing. Thank you for the time this evening to all members of the board. Just a little background, Catch Neighborhood Housing is a 501c3 nonprofit here in Concord, and we build market rate and affordable housing throughout Merrimack County. We're very excited about this potential project as we're going to partner with the Concord Housing Authority here in the city. Julie Palmieri is here as well. And in this partnership, we're looking to develop 34 affordable housing units on this site at 43 Fisherville Road. We believe that it's an appropriate development for the site, and it will provide much needed housing, as everyone's fully aware of that. 34 units of much needed affordable housing here in not only Concord, but in the state of New Hampshire. We believe that that's a very good location and a good use for it for a lot of different reasons. And from a tax standpoint, just a misconception, affordable housing developments do in fact pay real estate taxes to the city. That's misunderstood in many of occasions, regardless of the fact that we are 501c3. The actual developments of apartments pay real estate taxes just like any other property owner. So it'll increase the tax base, provide 34 units to the stock here in Concord, and we do need several, what we consider small variances that Mr. Hastings can describe much better than I can.
So what we have before you tonight is really a sequel to something you did last summer. The Seagulls, the current owner of the property at 43 Fisherville Road. This is the Concord Carpet Center property. Tim has got it up on the screen. It's a just shy of 2-acre parcel located in the general commercial district. It's very near to the residential district to the north along Fisherville Road. You're all familiar with that neighborhood. This is a sequel because last summer the Seagulls came to this board and received 3 specific variances for locating the building and the parking within the 75-foot perimeter buffer. They had variance to put parking in the front of the building where parking to the side and rear is required. I'm blanking on the third variance at the moment. The proposal at that time was for a 22-unit multifamily building. The 22 units is compliant in terms of density. So the variances were granted for a 22-unit multifamily dwelling that did encroach within the 75-foot perimeter buffer. No variance was required for the use or the density last summer. The project has not gone forward. Our understanding from the Seagulls, and Tom can speak to this a little bit more if you have questions, is that the project didn't pencil out at 22 units. The construction cost, the state of the market does not lend itself to completing a 22-unit project. Additional unit density is required if this project is going to be completed. Catch has stepped in with the ability to use tax credit financing to develop this, but it needs to be 34 units to be economically viable on this site. So to get 34 units on this site, the building obviously needs to be somewhat larger. So from the plan you approved last summer, the building is somewhat larger. It needs to be reoriented so it's a little bit closer to the property lines than the variances you approved last summer. The parking field needs to be expanded because there's a 2 space per unit parking requirement. The previous plan provided for 47 parking spaces. We're required to provide 68.
We cannot require more than 1 parking
More
space
than
per
one,
unit.
okay.
34 is the minimum parking.
So that will give us some flexibility.
That's new state law.
Okay.
They have a lot of fun in that building over there.
But it has changed the parking design along those lines. The specific changes are to move the building along the westerly side to 30 feet from that rear property line. That's the rail trail is there. So we don't believe that's a significant encroachment from what was proposed last year. It was 37 feet last year, it would go to 30 feet. The building to the south property line, which is a commercial use, the project last year was for 55 feet. We're proposing it to be 30 feet, so closer to the property line on the southerly side. On the northerly side, the the building, the 22-unit building was fully compliant at 75 feet. We're proposing the building to be within 39 feet of that northerly property line. As you can see, the parking field, particularly the largest encroachment, is we're moving it away from the northerly line to get it closer to the southerly line. That would go to a 12-foot encroachment. So that would increase the variance that was approved last year. A couple of things to note. We have asked for a variance to permit a building of 186 feet in length. Your ordinance presently requires 160 feet, no more than 160 feet of building length. That provision of your ordinance is scheduled for public action at City Council on Monday night.
We'll remove the requirement for a variance. It would eliminate that requirement.
Altogether.
Before you go any further,
I have another one for that too.
how many of these are in there?
How many of these are in there?
Well,
Lots.
no, I would.
In terms of what's coming up for zoning.
Had I realized before the last case that
We
we were
have
dealing with a double-edged sword.
There are two of them associated with this. The building length of 186 feet, that requirement is proposed to be eliminated under the proposed zoning amendments. The next one is the multifamily setbacks and the buffers to 24 and 34. Those would be conditional use permit with the planning board under the proposed.
They wouldn't be before us.
Would not be before you.
And
The
that's
ones that would be before you would be the density, the parking, which may or may not necessarily be needed depending on how the.
Parking would still be in the front, but
that
it
would still
probably
be in
will
the front,
actually
but
be less
less.
encroaching than.
And then the other one is the loading space. So items 4.13, 4.16, and 4.17 would still be in front of you.
all right. So they're not subject.
Those are not subject to any of the design
I
standard
apologize
changes.
for interrupting you, Mr. Hastings. But it's important.
I understand that.
I have a further interruption too. It sounds like a lot of the changes to design were to accommodate
Multifamily design.
twice as much parking as they need.
The current ordinance still states 2 parking spaces per unit.
But it's
the
voided
state
by the
law
state law,
has
right.
changed that we cannot require more than 1 per dwelling
Right,
unit.
so my question I'm raising to whoever wants to answer it is, it strikes me they probably made lots, they're here because they had to reconfigure things to get more parking in.
It's the
Now
actual
they-
location of the parking still would be
which they
non-compliant.
might not
Well,
need, will that affect the?
It's actually the building is the largest. Regardless of the amount of parking, we still need a variance for the density.
The density and the
requirement,
location of the parking in the front of the
because
building.
that will not
parking
matter.
Design create any setback or any of that?
Yes, it did, but it's largely because of the larger building.
Okay, and you may want to have 68 spots.
And we may want to have 68 spots, but probably not. We would probably.
I see Tom shaking his head.
Take it under advisement.
Right, and we anticipated probably asking the planning board for a conditional use permit on the number of spaces anyways. So we may not need to ask for that now.
What would the CUP for the number of spaces?
Future parking.
To have more parking?
No, to have less and provide an alternative parking arrangement to be built in the future.
The planning board currently has the ability to
I'm aware of that one.
pre-design the parking.
But that would be at the 34 number or the 68 number?
It would be at the 68 number, but if we only need 34, we may not need the CUP.
Yeah, because you're going to want
depending on the design. We're going to want at least one space.
in this drawing?
This drawing is 68.
It's 68.
Okay.
We drew it compliant with the current zoning.
Got it. Well, whatever you thought that was.
So it's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
You really need a good lawyer.
Since I'm confident we have one before us, please proceed.
Well, the point I was making, regardless of what the city council does on Monday and regardless of what the state law and parking is, we need the variance for the density. And if we're granting one for the density, all the other ones sort of fall into place, in my mind at least. They're sort of all dependent on that. And we don't know what the city council is going to do on Monday night. We are hopeful that they are going to approve the zoning amendments that have been proposed and recommended and by the planning board, but that's an unpredictable game of what the city council may or may not do. So we would like this board to act on all the variance requests tonight. I won't belabor what's in the written material that you have before you. Obviously, some of these variances you've granted before, so a lot of what the Seagulls went through last year, you made specific findings about the property that still apply, about the character of the neighborhood, for example. Because we are proposing higher density and asking for a new variance for the density, I will point out, and Tim, if you could go to the GIS map, just to speak to the character of the neighborhood a little bit in the density. If you'll notice, to the immediate north of this property, there's a very large manufactured housing park. It's, by my count, about 110 units on about 27 acres. The next property up is the Concord Terrace manufactured housing park. That's another 140 units on about 32 acres of land. There's another 250 units. So that's total between those two projects is 250 units immediately to the north of this site. On Bog Road, there's an apartment unit that has 23 units on 4.9 acres. At 81 Fisherville, there's a 36 unit apartment project on 0.88 acres. So the density that we're proposing for this property is not out of character with the neighborhood in any sense. If you look to the south of the property, that's commercial properties, both to the south before it becomes really a pinch point with Fishville Road and the railroad track. The property is on a well-traveled street, as you know. There are bus stops along that route. There is pedestrian access along that route. Nothing about the proposed changes to the plan we're suggesting will implicate any sort of public safety interest. It obviously adds to the housing stock. We've heard tonight many times the need for the city to increase the number of housing. This would address that. So for these reasons, we think we meet the substantial justice standard, the spirit of the ordinance standard. There's no reason to think that this project will result in a diminution of surrounding property values. As to the hardship, you did address this to some extent last year with the Seagulls plan. The property has a fairly unusual configuration. It's narrower at the front. It expands to the north. It has the railroad track immediately behind it. All of these factors lend themselves to a sense of uniqueness to this property and don't raise any concerns in terms of the increased density and the other variances that we're asking for as being problematic in any way. And the use, we would assert that going from 22 units to 34 units is not a meaningful increase in the overall number given the location of the property and where it is in its setting. So we're happy to answer any questions you have about the specifics of the project or the application.
I'm just curious, I think you kind of, you said it wouldn't pencil, which is your primary reason for coming back, because you need more units for it to pencil. Is that,
Right.
I think it won't pencil because it's affordable housing, and it might have penciled if it was market rate, or it wouldn't pencil regardless?
Just the opposite. At 22 units, it didn't really work for the owner of the property, the Seagulls, to build market rate unit, primarily because of construction cost. And even though we use the low-income housing tax credit program, even at 22 units, where we're getting syndicating tax credits, we get equity to go towards the project. Even with that 22 units, doesn't work on the low-income housing tax credit model either. We get to 34 units, and we can certainly make that work. And again, we're really excited about partnering with Julie and Concord Housing Authority on this deal. And it's just a function of rental revenue on 22 units just doesn't work with construction costs where they are today and carrying costs moving forward. I don't need to explain to the board about real estate taxes and utility costs, et cetera.
So on paper, this looks like we're asking for the choice on the project is to increase from 22 units to 34. But the real choice is between 0 and 34, because if these variances are denied, you will not have a housing project on this site at all, as a practical matter. And that may not have any bearing whatsoever on the legal standards. We acknowledge that. But it's worth pointing out in the real world, the choice is to grant the variance and have 34 units, or not grant the variance request, and you will not have multifamily housing on this site at all.
Is the rent limited by the financing arrangement?
No, the HUD determines the maximum rent, and that's based on tenant's income as compared to the area median income of the county.
So the rent is controlled then?
Yeah, HUD tells you for a one-bedroom home for someone who makes less than 50% of the area median income, the most you can charge is X.
So the size of this is being driven to some extent by the fact that it is subsidized housing, right?
Yes, yes. But as Phil pointed out, the Seagulls were pursuing market rate housing that was not controlled, and even with the market rents that they did their research on, and I'm not privy to that, I'm just going by what they're telling me, and the construction costs where they are today, they couldn't get 22 units to work either. And that made perfect sense to me. I was a little surprised that they had even looked at 22.
Got it. Okay. Other questions from the board?
Yeah. So this project will not pay property taxes?
But absolutely will.
It will, okay.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
We talked about carrying costs being lower and referenced real estate taxes, so I wasn't, walk me through that.
No, so again, affordable housing and tax credit properties pay real estate taxes just like everyone else. Our best guess at this point is that this property will pay about $70,000 to $75,000 a year in real estate taxes. It currently pays $12,000. So Catch Housing, as a whole, we have several projects here in Concord, and we pay the city of Concord probably about $600,000 annually.
I was just, when you talked about Seagull's carrying costs being different than yours, I thought you'd referenced.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, they'd
be the same.
They'd be basically the same.
Perhaps a little more, but because more, yeah, okay, thanks.
Other questions? Anything else you'd like us to know?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone who'd like to be heard in opposition to it? Please come forward.
I swear.
You do?
I do swear.
Excellent.
I have early morning tomorrow.
And I expect, notwithstanding the late hour, you remember your name.
Cheryl York.
Thank you.
I live at 7 Skyline Drive. I closed on that property on March 2nd because I got a great job here at the State House in Concord. And it's an over 55 community. In case you didn't realize, we have quiet hours. You have to apply to a Freedom Village co-op, and they have to do a credit background check, all sorts of things. That's what's across the fence. They're not telling you that. They're not telling you that there's
nobody else here from my neighborhood because they're all asleep. I mean, seriously, nobody in my neighborhood is in favor of this, because when they're saying, oh, we just want to increase it a little bit, when you do the math on 68 families being dropped over the fence behind me, I mean, I was trying to think of an example for y'all here tonight. I've had 3 hours to think about it. At 6 o'clock when we started this meeting, remember the noise outside? Remember? Yeah, it was interfering with what we're doing here. That's going to be my life now across the fence because of what they're proposing. They could easily propose senior housing or something that would be sort of aligned with what's across the fence from them.
You understand it's 34 units, not 68 units.
Well, I'm doing the math on the people, like times 2 people in each unit.
Oh, I see. All right.
So, and then, you know, because it's multi-age, there'd be children, whatever. So the noise that you heard tonight at the start of the meeting, that's going to be at all hours. Meanwhile, across the fence, and this is a wooden fence, like, we have quiet hours for
Can you show us where you live?
7 Skyline Drive. It's literally behind my fence.
Freedom Acre, is that Freedom Acres?
Yeah, Freedom Village Co-op.
Okay.
Okay. So
Nobody in my neighborhood is in favor of this.
Okay. So
I mean, they could put a business there, they could put senior housing, anything where when we have quiet hours, there wouldn't be the traffic, the noise traffic, the footprint on the trail. I go there with my dog every day, and I don't see, it's not overrun with kids, and it's quiet, it's peaceful. I live in a peaceful neighborhood, and I don't think they can guarantee that when they plunk down 34 families and they're right behind me.
very good. Questions from the board? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard in opposition?
Yes, Mr. Schweiker.
Oh, Mr. Schweiker, please come forward. You're still
evening,
sworn in
everyone.
and you're still Roy
Still
Schweiker.
Roy Schweiker, yes.
Yeah.
And once again, you know, I'm not really necessarily either for or against this, but this time I decided to pick against. As far as the taxes go, I understand that the legislature retroactively played with that, such that the rail yards project doesn't have to pay the amount of taxes they originally thought they would, because it's covered under some funny tax treaty, and I'm not quite sure what that is. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. Mr. Winters can explain it to you. But anyway, for some reason, you know, they pay less taxes, so I'm not sure that, you know, this place is going to pay that 75 grand in taxes. And if you see it right now, it's actually one of the nicest mobile home parks in the city. You've got those lovely trees, lots of space. I hope those people get some sort of a relocation allowance, because who's going to take their old mobile home when they haul them away? So, so I think that, you know, if they can guarantee you that they're going to pay taxes and that they're going to, you know, make this low-income housing, then maybe you can give them the increased density. What bugs me is you give people at market rate housing increased density, and then there's no incentive to build low-income housing. So you should make sure that you're, you know, getting the low-income bonus out of this, and you should be sure that they're really going to pay taxes and not finding that funny excuse the rail yards has. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Any comments from planning?
No, other than, again, the pending zoning ordinance amendments that have the impact on the 2 requests that are in front of you tonight.
Right, okay.
Excuse me, could we just
Yes,
address
yes.
some of the comments?
Yes, you can, of course.
So just want to make a comment that we will pay real estate taxes, unless Tim says we don't have to.
I'm not telling that.
So we will be paying real estate taxes, and we manage about 1,000 apartments around the state, here in Concord, about 400 here in Concord, and some out on the seacoast. And what we envision for this development is there'll be a mix. There'll be a mix of younger people, and there'll be some children, not an overwhelming amount. I'm sure there'll be a handful of children, which we think is fantastic, young families. And we do have seniors in our project. While it will not be a senior-only project, our projects typically end up with a pretty substantial percentage of seniors. So it's a healthy mix, and that makes for a really good community when we have some younger families with children, and then some seniors, that seems to really work out. So while I can't guarantee you how many seniors will be there, how many children will be there, I can tell you that there'll be a healthy mix, and I don't anticipate any type of noise problems from the development.
And the other thing to bear in mind too is that even though the plan that you're seeing here is just the building and the parking lot, obviously this will need to go through site plan review. It'll meet the landscaping requirements. I would anticipate a fairly robust landscaping plan along the northerly boundary, probably as well as the southerly boundary as well, even though that's a commercial use. So that will mitigate some of the impact to the neighbors to the north.
Essentially, in terms of the way the site plan regs for buffers work, they're going to have to be buffering from the commercial use, because when you buffer residential to commercial, there's an increased buffer.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mind if I stay here?
No, you can stay there.
You can't deliberate.
It's perfectly all right. With that, we'll declare the public testimony portion of the hearing closed, and I will start the discussion over to my left, at Mr. Wallner. How do you see this, sir?
I did hear one person concerned about maybe some buffering issues between the two properties and the Skyline Drive folks, and I think there was some information that you're probably going to address that to some extent. I guess, given that, that would be my biggest concern about a development of this size compared to what's in the neighborhood. But I think I would tend to support it.
Mr. Monahan.
Yeah, I guess there's several things here. So the density one is the one that I'm getting hung up on, in part because of the impact on the neighbors. So, but I'll listen to what others have to say.
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm hung up. I'm stopping at the density question right now because that's the one that seems to impact the neighbors. I did support the project that was here beforehand, and this seemed to burden the lot more.
Mr. Winters.
Well, I think that, and I may not phrase this as eloquently as someone else could, but I think that the economic conditions are relevant to hardship. When you have a commercial area that is designed to support relatively dense housing by Concord standards, has a lot of dense housing, and it's not just this applicant, it's almost every developer of multifamily housing who tries to come in front of us states that they can't, quote, pencil the project without more units. We've seen many applications like this, so I don't think that, that's just this applicant, making it up. So then the real question is, as they said, if we denied the additional units, they wouldn't build anything, which isn't our problem, but we have to kind of think about the big picture. If they couldn't, it means no one could. If no one could, then the problem, just gets worse and worse. Why it can't pencil is completely puzzling to me, because supposedly we have this huge housing problem, so rent should be higher, so supply and demand, the construction costs should be able to support the higher rents, but it doesn't seem to work that way. Who knows why? So I'm inclined to support the key request, which is the additional units, as far as kind of the supporting variances that kind of follow from that. I mean, I'd be interested, I'd be open to what other people have to say, but in general, I'm inclined to support the additional units.
Ms. Rice.
I am inclined to support the additional units as well. I understand the concerns with neighbors and the impact, but it sounds like that is something that needs to be taken into account further on down the line. And I don't know how much more impact there would be from 22 units to 34 units, so.
If we're going to maintain consistency with our original approval of the project.
Correct.
Of the project. I'm inclined, I think, also to support the expansion. We concluded the last time we looked at this that the lot, its configuration, its location, and the use they wanted to put it to was reasonable, and that the circumstances did create a hardship. One of the ways in which you decide whether or not you have a hardship is, can you do the project at all? Or can you do anything there? And I'm thinking back to what used to be called the Governor's Island test, but
The good old days.
yeah, the good old days. I do have ambivalent feelings about it. I guess I certainly understand the neighbors being concerned with the density of things. I think that there are ways, and the planning board and the engineering department can help them find those ways, and will, to make them good neighbors in terms of the design. So I think on balance, although I can see an argument going either way, I would be inclined to support the density question. After that, the rest pretty much follow along.
Did we have a trail density? Do we have to answer a density question on when this was before us previously?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There was no density request previously.
Oh, no.
The previous
Yeah,
request met the requirement.
Oh, it did. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it did?
Yes.
It meant for number of units?
For number of units, they were at the 12 units per acre.
I see. That's how they got there.
Oh, right.
Mm.
Oh, right, because it's not double, it's like about a time and a half that they're at now. Okay.
And you're saying that as a matter of precedent, the concept of it doesn't pencil out is a hardship?
No, I think that's a problem.
All right. Okay. So what's the hardship here for density?
I would go as far as to say, but I don't know about, it doesn't pencil out probably isn't a legal standard, but if economically it's not viable to develop a multi-family lot that is designed for that in a city that doesn't have an overabundance of them and needs multifamily units, yeah, then I think that's a reasonable use, is such that if we find it credible that they truly otherwise could not economically develop it, then I do think that's a hardship.
Which was the so-called Governor's Island comment I
just-
made. That,
Which it wasn't.
Just
that
can see
wasn't-
people
yeah.
coming and saying, look, I want to store lumber outside instead of inside because it's expensive to.
yeah, no, you're right, you're right. It's not a no-brainer, which is why it's unfortunate that I'm required to be one of the people to make the decision. Okay, well, I guess we've all had our say, and it's time for a vote. Let's start with the density question, because that seems to be the crux. And then after that, we'll have to do each one individually, because they are individual variances. But it's a...
So we're on 4.13 to start out with.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, I will, so I haven't really counted the votes, so we'll just see what but I will move to grant the variance from section 28-4-5D2 to permit density of approximately 18.4 multifamily dwelling units per acre, where a maximum density of 12 dwelling units per acre is permitted, because all the criteria under RSA 674-33 have been met based on the record before us. And I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Hey.
So there's 3-2? 3-2. All right. The variance is granted. 3-2. Let's then move on to the other variances related to this particular project. That would be 4.1.
The next two are the ones I will note have pending zoning ordinance amendments associated with them.
But you are moving forward on those, right, Attorney Hastings?
They're asking us.
You are
Yeah.
still pursuing those, okay.
We could choose to defer those, but
Yeah, but I
don't see the point.
Yeah, I think if, like we said, we don't know what they're gonna do. So it was, which one are we?
We're on 4.14. This is the building length of 186 where 160 is permitted.
Okay. Scrolling. Okay, I move to grant the variance from section 28-4 paren D3 to permit a building of up to 186 feet in length or a maximum of 160 feet is permitted because all the criteria under RSA 674-33 have been met based on the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous? Yes? Nick?
Yeah.
Two aye? Okay.
Okay, so now 4.15?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I move to grant the variance from section 28-4-5, paren D5 to permit multifamily buildings within 30 feet and 39 feet of the property lines and parking facilities to within 8 feet, 24 feet, and 34 feet of the property lines where a 75-foot perimeter buffer is required because all of the criteria under 674-33 have been met based on the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous, and that brings us to 4.17, I believe?
1.6.
Oh, we kept 1.6, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
they did 7.
Okay, the off-street parking
Yep.
in front of the building.
I move to grant the variance from section 28-7-7G3, parking area design standards, setbacks, and restrictions, parking to be located to the side or rear of a building to permit off-street parking to be located in front of the building where it is otherwise not allowed because all of the criteria under RSA 674-33 have been met based on the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And then we come to 4.17.
Did we do 4?
No.
Okay. Okay, oh, the off-street loading, okay.
It's a unique quirk of our ordinance where we require a loading space for residential.
Yeah. Move to grant the variance from section 28-7-13A, table of off-street loading requirements to allow no off-street loading spaces where one space is required because all the criteria under RSA 674-33 have been met based on the record before us, and I move to adopt the applicant's proposed findings as the board's findings of fact.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That concludes the business on this address, and we move on to Mr. Hastings' other case, which is Pembroke Road. All right. Philip Hastings, Esquire, for Hodges Development Corporation, requests a variance to allow the construction of 4 multifamily dwellings where they are not allowed at 165-173 Pembroke Road in the Office Performance District. At the same address, we also have a request for a variance to permit multifamily dwellings and parking facilities within 23 feet of the property line where a 75-foot perimeter buffer is required. And at the same address, a variance to permit driveway separations of 28 feet, 169 feet, and 226 feet width.
That's the one that we no longer need. That's now conditional use. That's a conditional use permit under the current ordinance.
Okay.
So 4.11 is not necessary.
Okay, so we've gotten rid of that.
Yes.
Now, that's really, the
That's
council's
today-
adopted that.
That's today's planning board has authority on that. That's no need for the zoning board to take
Okay,
action.
all right, so 4.11, you didn't hear me say that. Then 4.12, which is to allow a total of 2 loading spaces, 2 loading areas for refuse containers and other loading purposes where at least 1 loading area for refuse containers and 3 additional loading areas are required. And that's it.
I will make a couple of notes on these as well. Item 4.9, which is the 4 buildings of 120 units where they're not currently permitted. Effective July 1st of this year, there's a new state statute, RSA 67478, that will essentially require the city to permit residential use in this district because the legislature in their wisdom has said that where you allow commercial development, you also have to allow for residential development, provided it meets required infrastructure.
So that brings us to the usual question.
Why?
Why are we here tonight?
The next one also, again, is the buffer, which will become a CUP under the proposed amendments that are in front of the council.
We're here out of an abundance of caution on those two variances. As with the city council, we don't know what the city council is going to do with the perimeter buffer requirement on Monday night. We hope they act favorably and this becomes a moot issue, but we don't know that right now.
Statute.
The statutory change is scheduled to go into effect July 1st, as the planner mentioned. There have been legislation introduced, and that's pending in the legislature now to amend that statute. The last time I checked, there were amendments to this statute proposed. As I read those amendments, they continue to prohibit municipalities from prohibiting multifamily residential and commercial zones, but they do allow municipalities to impose some restrictions on that. My understanding is that those amendments are going to be adopted and probably signed by the governor, but we do not know that. And as the members of this board, I'm sure, are well aware, we cannot predict what politicians are going to do from day to day. So we submitted this application actually back in the end of February, early March, when it was a lot less certain as to what was going on. And we were hoping to have this before you in April, but it got slid for notice reasons to May. If this board is inclined, we would like to go forward tonight with the variance request, again, out of an abundance of caution, not knowing what the politicians are going to do. But we'll defer to this board. I notice it's almost 10 o'clock, so we want to make sure if this board is going to hear it, we get a fair and full hearing. I know there is an abutter here.
Yep, there is.
Who is opposed.
And others here who obviously have an interest in this case.
Go ahead, Chris. So we're talking about 4.9, which is the current law that has been signed and will become effective July 1st states they can do this as a matter of right.
I'm going to pull it up right now. The 67478, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, municipalities shall allow multifamily residential development on commercially zoned land provided adequate infrastructure, including roads, water, sewage, are available to provide support to the development.
Oh, but it doesn't describe how many units.
Correct. It would be then subject to our multifamily design standards, which apply to other districts.
Okay.
This is not a density question, in other words. This is a use question.
Oh, so you read that law combined with our current code as allowing for.
The density they're proposing would be permitted if this law allowed multifamily residential.
Is it the consensus of the board that we want to move forward with all these questions?
I mean, I personally view this differently than the city council issue because
this is already a signed
they
law.
they can do it, and there's nothing that I mean I know there's
not until July 1st.
Right.
Well, you could probably break ground now, right?
No, we wouldn't. The planning board wouldn't be able to consider it until this new law goes into effect.
What I'm thinking is if we were to go forward, the new law requires the municipality to set various conditions. Right. Which we wouldn't be able to do if we were to go ahead and grant the variance. So
if we grant a variance now, we could apply conditions to it. The state ordinance requires the city to turn around and rewrite its own state statute, to rewrite it, if I understand this correctly, to rewrite its own ordinance to comply with the statute.
Fortunately for us, we actually have a separate section for multifamily design standards that are not tied to a particular district.
Right.
So it would just literally be where a commercial district, this would basically preempt the current prohibition in OFP from taking effect.
Okay. I mean, I personally would be inclined to either table or just not, I don't know if we can move to just not hear it and move.
On the use
Just
issue?
on the 4-9, yeah.
And if we don't move forward with the use, there's no reason to.
But then we still would have to hear
The other items, the other items are still legit because they are specific to the design standards.
Really? Can the project go forward if they're not granted the use?
As of July 1st, they could. Because as of July 1st, we cannot prohibit multifamily and commercially zoned land.
If I might, if you're inclined to table this till, say, June, the difference between June and July is not going to be significant from a development standpoint, Chris. I don't have the benefit of having my client here tonight because he's ill, so I'm going out on something of a limb here. But if you're going to table the use variance until June, it probably does not make a lot of sense for us to spend a lot of time considering the other ones, because 4.10 is likely, hopefully, going to go away. So the only variance we would be left asking for is the off-street loading requirement. And then I think my client probably would decide whether some site design changes might be appropriate in that case to avoid a variance altogether.
But the ordinance would, I mean, the statute goes into effect in July, right?
July 1.
July 1.
So hearing it in June, that doesn't change life.
No, but as a practical matter, if we came before you for a variance in June, knowing that the statute, by then we probably will know what changes to
what the current legislature is doing.
What the ordinance really is going to look, what the statute is really going to look like in July. And if we got our variance in June, we wouldn't start the site plan review process until probably July anyways, after July 1st, because it's going to take Chris's team a few weeks at least to produce civil plans. Couple days, Chris. Yeah,
6 months.
So the practical difference really between considering it in June.
And the benefit to considering it now is, if for some reason you were denied, you still have the opportunity potentially, if the law changes.
Right. The benefit of going forward now is we wouldn't need, it would avoid the uncertainty of what the legislature and the city council are going to do.
What's the board's pleasure? My inclination is to just deal with this.
Probably. I mean, we've been here for 4 hours. We're burdening the staff by being here late. On the other hand, we have abutters that we have spent 4 hours waiting to testify on this.
Yeah, well, there's that. Yeah. But I don't really see the advantage to delaying.
My only professional opinion on this one is that the statutory change is a significantly different animal because it's already signed by the governor. It's already chaptered law that becomes effective. I don't think that it makes a whole ton of sense for the board to grant or deny a variance that becomes moot.
It's signed? I thought it was subject to amendment.
There is current legislation that proposes minor modifications to it, but the actual law itself becomes effective. This is not dissimilar to what happened with the parking changes at the state legislature. The current requirement of only allowing one parking space per unit was an amendment to a bill that was literally adopted the year before that said 1.5 spaces per unit. It wasn't even effective for 2 months before the legislature had already changed it. So I understand Mr. Hastings' concern on that state, but I don't believe, given the current makeup of our housing committee and the way legislation is going and not exactly taking the accounts of municipal authority and home rule such that it is in New Hampshire, that doesn't really exist, to light, there's a lot of preemption statutes coming. And I don't anticipate that this is going to become something that says, oh, we changed our mind. You're not going to, you can't do multifamily in a commercial district. I don't think that piece is changing. The parameters and specifics around it as to additional tools a town and a city may have might, but I think the permission is going to stay there. I don't see that's changing.
Well, I'll leave it to the board. If anyone would care to make a motion.
Can I just ask the applicant a question? So
Sure, absolutely.
You're familiar with the changes that Tim is talking about. Would you anticipate as a consequence of those, you will never ever come back for this project again?
I anticipate if the version of the legislation I have seen so far and the amendments that are proposed would effectively render our request for a variance moot, we'll be allowed to go forward without a variance.
With or without the current amendments proposed.
With or without the current amendments.
Correct.
Should we let because I see the abutters stood up, because we are kind of deliberating, so should we let them?
Yes, it's an
If he
unusual.
has a procedural question, I think we should let him.
Yes,
Yeah, 'cause
it's,
they do
it's an
bring it up.
unusual thing to do, but this is an unusual situation.
Yes.
Mr. Luker, did you have?
I object.
Mr. Luker, did you have anything that you'd like to add or ask?
We've been here a while, and you guys have been here a real long time. But I don't think it's quite that simple. We don't know what the state law will say on July 1. And I don't believe the board is in a position to grant a variance at this point. So I don't see any point. When we hear it tonight, I'll argue that there's no showing of hardship and some other things. I submitted a letter to you. Or if you defer it, it makes no sense to do it in June or to June.
It'd have to be after
We
July.
won't know until July, or maybe before. One, it won't be effective till July. Two, it may be modified before July by current legislation or discussion. And the third component, which is a big one, is that we don't know how the city is going to implement this. There's some room in the statute to put conditions on the allowance of multifamily housing in commercial zones. The city has some latitude to craft an amendment to its ordinance that puts the conditions it wants on it. There's a lot of uncertainty here. I'm glad to go forward tonight, and I'm pretty confident I can make a pretty good argument that they haven't shown what's necessary for a variance, this major use variance. But if you're going to continue it, it makes no sense to do it to June.
Can we do it to July, or does that require?
You can, whatever date certain you decide to continue to, as long as you consider, you make the motion specific to a date certain, you can certainly do that. The July meeting,
I believe it's July 2nd.
July 2nd.
All right. I put it to the board.
July 1st.
July 1st. That's literally the day.
Do you want to hear the case tonight, or do I hear a motion to defer the case until some future date certain to be chosen by the mover?
I personally am thinking I'm not comfortable a ruling on the first variance because I think it's not necessary, and I don't think we should be in the habit of ruling on variances that aren't required. So, but given the uncertainty and how that affects the others, and with the state law, yada yada, I think we should. I would be inclined to move it to the July meeting. Although if it's
Or would you like to move it to the August 5th, which would be after that July 1st date,
right?
of which they will have a final.
Well, I feel like the applicant wants to do it as
The
soon as
legislative, the legislative session will be over before July.
Right. To me, the latest would be July 1.
I mean, so I would go for, in fairness to the applicant, I mean, they'd rather do June, but I think July 1 would be fair.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I would move to, I guess, with the right word.
Continue.
Continue the.
Date certain.
Continue the hearing to a date certain of July 1st.
That would be for items 4.9,
4.9, 4.10, 4.11.
and 4.12.
No, 411 is.
4.11 and 4.12.
And, right, 413 is a different case. Yes, but, well,
Do you accept as a friendly amendment to that, that we ask that it become the first item on the agenda, so the people that waited 4 hours tonight
Yes.
don't have to wait
Yes,
4 hours?
yes.
That would be,
absolutely.
it's already going to be docketed
Okay,
at first.
thanks.
because We don't have any other applications that night yet.
is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The vote is unanimous. We have deferred, recessed, however you put it, in case to July. I guess we made the right decision. That's the decision we made. So, the next item is review and acceptance of the minutes on March 4th and April 1st.
I moved on both.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
I was
Anyone
not here on
opposed?
April, so I'll
You don't necessarily need to abstain.
And any other business to come before the zoning board, please, God, say no.
No.
No? All right. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anywhere